in the previous series we were watching, we saw that a good jungler really defines a game, right? And the mistakes of a jungler could also define how the rest of the game goes from the get-go. But before we jump into that, I mean, we will take a look at the BP. Jiabao is new. He is on your side, Virtus Pro. He's taking over Rock. And I don't know how I feel about it because this guy, he is also decorated. This guy started from what do we call it?
Started from the bottom.
Started from the bottom. Yeah, this guy started from the bottom, right?
He went the Drake, you know?
Yeah, the National Championships, KGL, went to KPL. He's on loan from TTG.
Exactly, yeah. So he has the accolades, but the thing is, you have like the clear accomplishments. But the problem is, does he have that bond? Because obviously we used to see from like Rock and Clue, they were very sort of like solid as a unit anyway. So it's going to be seen if that identity has been formed here for Virtus Pro. Because I think for me, if I was kind of like on the opposite side of this argument, it'd be like, what is the identity for Virtus Pro? Because it's not going to be the same as the one from KML.
For sure. The synergy is definitely something that we need to talk about for both of these teams. And you know what? I was so surprised at the Buriram interview the other day because they said they formed this team in, what, 5 days? They have like 5 days of experience together, but it doesn't feel like they're playing as though they've practiced for 5 days only. This guy seems pretty in sync with each other. So I'm curious to see if VP has the same formula in their bag.
And as well, like obviously back to that interview point that he was making when there was on about obviously Yusung being put into the clash lane as well. It's just like, oh, if he wants to play, he wants to play. But they can't have that mistake. They can't underestimate 90 in the clash lane, right? That's where I feel like if Burim United kind of go for that blasé kind of attitude, it could mean the downfall of this series for them, right?
I mean, if you're new to VP, you're new to 90, he puts you to sleep, and not in the way that you would like. If you're on your if you're on your opponent's side, on the side of Buriram here, if 90 gets his way, you're not gonna have a fun time in the 1v1 in the clash lane. And he is famous in the KML for those massive flanks that have net Virtus Pro a number of big wins as well.
Yeah, massive flanks, 1v1s. I mean, we go back to when obviously they were a part of Twisted Minds, right? Obviously, when we saw that massive Byron outplay from this guy, it was just like, he is him with the capital H. So, once again, I feel like Burim United, that kind of clash lane matchup, they have to done some serious homework against 90 to try and kind of like dismantle this player.
I mean, that's one, right? The second one I think that's really curious is how many of the AOV heroes do we get? Do we get the Florentino again? And curious point, I think yes, Lorian is a great pick. Nuno is definitely very well versed with that hero as well. But I'm thinking that Virtus Pro might not take the risk and actually ban out the Lorian.
They might do. I mean, we'll have to see what obviously goes on in game one. I feel like if they don't ban it in game one and allow it to come through, I feel like that is going to be kind of what they need to do. Obviously, it's global ban pick, right? Those at home, if they pick this hero once, if you're new to the stream, they cannot pick it again. So it's not like Burim United can just go 3 series with this Lorian. They have to choose which game is going to be the key moment, or which draft against Virtus Pro is going to be the key moment that they lock in the Lorian pick. Because if they do the wrong one, that's one of Nunu's trump cards gone. But it's not to say that he doesn't have other great picks. We saw great performance on the Xiao Xiao as well.
Yes, and so, you know, the first few bans will define the kind of the direction we're going with. So far, the stock standard bans, we've seen the Haya ban, we've seen the Pei ban, we've seen the Mai ban, maybe even the Guan Yu at some times.
True.
So right now, the consideration is some of the teams, they actually prior their jungler first. The rest of the usual ones, they take up the farm lane first. So Aoyan has been one of the prior picks for a lot of the teams coming in.
I mean, he's not even having the recent changes that's happened, obviously, in game recently as well, right? Like, but I feel like that's the good thing about obviously Aoyan. He's able to just be an independent farm lane, right? He has infinite vastness. It means he's able to just kind of like, okay, if they do die for me, it's not the end of the world. But some of these teams know how to play against that hero in when they can exhaust that ultimate at the right time, right? Like if they're able to pop that off before the 4-minute mark, it makes kind of any kind of neutral objective team fight harder for you.
I love that you said that, right? Because for the Aoyan, it really comes down to the 4th minute. And more or less, level 4 too. If you don't have the infinite fastness, that is the best time to catch you. And that will definitely put you in advantage, not just in lane, but for the team fight as well. So we'll see the stock standard bans coming in, at least from the side of Buriram, right? So no Mai and no Haya, but the pay is open. It looks like Buriram wants to get that first.
Oh, there we go. The Dolia game back out here for VP. They're really, like you said, locking down those support picks. But if we look at the meta over the past few days, were these really going to be prior picks for Burim United?
I mean, I think maybe they're scared of the Yang Jin Dolia combination, right?
Okay.
But the Lorian comes in.
Here we go.
So this is going to be the Nunu special. How special is the Lorian performance today? I'm curious because VP has been watching since day number 1, even in the play-ins. What kind of homework did you do?
I don't know, but I mean, that's a meaty farm lane duo down there at the bottom side of the map. We have Aoyin, as we just recently speaking about there. T-Gold does get one of, obviously, like we're saying, one of the most prestigious farm lanes there as well. So, like Clue, we know is able to be free to roam the map, help mid lane, help jungle advance, or accelerate their farm. And he knows that it's going to be T-Gold after level 4. He's going to be fine.
And if there's any hero that is synonymous with Clue, it's the Zhang Fei,
It's
right?
Zhang Fei, yeah.
He is one of the best, most consistent Zhang Fei players out there. But here comes the pain. You know what? We're not going to split the series to give you, one by one. We're going to have both of the AOV heroes coming in. And we're going to have the Florentino come in. This is going to be in the hands of Yishong. Now, Yishong is also the secondary clash player for the side of Buriram. But here is the real pain. Valdez with the pay.
I mean, that's a crazy 3 starter picks, right? And for the whole series, we were like, man, you gotta watch out for Lorian. Man, you gotta watch out for Pei. Florentino, I haven't seen the greatest performance on.
No,
but this team being from Arena of Valor, if there's anybody that's gonna be able to pilot this, it's gonna be Clash Laners from that game, Whereas the Pei, that's also surprised me on teams like Marine United. This is not a hero that has any kind of equivalent, right? It's different, but they are able to be precise with it. And we know Valdez. Valdez he loves those early to mid-game junglers, like his Pei, his Agudo. That's when he's had his best performance.
Okay, so let's talk about the opponents at this point. But because we brought this up earlier, right? The Byron coming in. This is 90's bread and butter. So he has it now on the Byron with shields. And with the pick on the Zhang Fei, one of the immediate answers we see from teams is, okay, we're going to pick up the Lapu Lapu for the Raging Sea. But that has been banned out. No Lianpo as well. So the big 3 in terms of tanks for the roam, that is gone. You are forced now to consider the utility roams. Dia, Sakir, Taien. Oh no, Dia is banned as well.
Exactly,
no. So what are you left with, man?
Left with, like you said, Sakir's banned. Can't be picked, So when we look down to the bot side of the map, is it going to be kind of forcing them to go for something like a U1, right? Go something with a little bit more sustain there, able to obviously use the use the AOE to obviously check rushes, do everything like that before you walk into it, but also kind of try and stop these big engages. So obviously if Zhang Fei pops the Unbridled Outburst and you have your Unending Sorrow, you can kind of mitigate that CC at that moment in time.
Okay, so they have picked up the pages from the textbook of Buriram here, right? So taking the Xiao Xiao in the mid lane for Hailang. Hailang hasn't really shown too many times of the Xiao Xiao, but you can be sure it's a guarantee that he will play well on this hero. How well, though, against Nunu on this Lorian? He is the gold star, gold standard of this mid lane hero. I'm just curious to see. They're leaving the jungler for the last counter pick against the side of Buriram.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting what these last 2 picks are going to be here, right? Obviously, we're looking for the jungle and we're looking for marksman. Obviously, we know that Ali has not been taken off of the gorge here for them, but they're going to go and lock in the Chano here as well. And in certain kind of flavor matchups, it is going to be the Q1, like I said earlier, just to give them a bit of sustainability. Because if you look at their draft, in terms of front line, it's only going to be Q1 that's really going to be like a pseudo. It's not the greatest kind of substitute for a tank roam. So we'll have to see how they do. Obviously, Chano is going to be a bit of a late game assurance here for the side of Buriram United, but the Xiao Xiao, I feel like, complements Aoyin, right? Obviously, Aoyin, mid-range hero. We know that you can get the poke potential here with Xiao Xiao. It's also a good counter, not lane counter, but for the Aoyin. So I think that's a good pick here for Virtus Pro to be taken.
I mean, it's a risky draft if you're looking at it from a Honor of Kings perspective, because they're so squishy on the side of Buriram. But they know how to play these heroes to the absolute limit. At the same time, I like this understanding of the game from the side of VP. VP, they have a lot of control. And with the Nerza pick as the final one, not only do you dilute the heal values, you're also able to, reposition yourself in the middle of fights. It's going to get a lot messier for Nunu here.
Yeah, it is going to get very, very, very messy, but like you were saying about the nerds as well, right? Like, you could be using that Skyfall to get rid of the Unending Sorrow before you go into a team fight, right? Because if you're able to force that out, there is no real mitigation of damage control. There's no longer a mitigation of it. It's a damage control point when you are trying to make sure that less of your players are getting CC'd, because once 3-4 men get CC'd by that Zhang Fei, 90's going to be in the wing by you know that Xiao Xiao's going to go in, use that AoE just to do a lot of damage, and then obviously burst potential here from Lung is going to be exponential if he gets the lead here. So T-Gold, I feel like if he gets focused, then that could be the means of victory here for Buriram United.
So if you take a look at the draft, these are two completely flow states coming in. The draft on the side of Buriram, it's more like water. They want to flow. There's a lot of mobility involved, a lot of mechanical skills. On the other hand, if you take a look at VP, it is looking like a container. They want to contain the roster of Buriram. So once again, help us out. Give us the votes in the Overlord pit. We have a voting system. Vote for your favorite team. It is now dominated, I believe, by Virtus Pro.
Yes, at least 4/5, right? If we're looking at mathematical equations there for you. But definitely a big vote here for the KML teams. Obviously showing some respect here. Showing the AOV gameplay. Can't wait to see Buriram United playing Brew Blood, but into the mid lane. Double knock up here from Highlang. Is that the Brew Blood that they're looking for?
I think this aggression is definitely necessary at this point, and with the help of Taos as well, they should be able to get a decent wave clear. Now, bear in mind that Taos, as a E1, will be able to give you back a little bit of help on potential first blood here.
Oh, potential. I mean, top side of the map as well. We are seeing a bit of a scuffle in there. We have a lane swap as well for both the marksman and the clash lane. So Byron going head-to-head against Chano. Chano obviously outranges Lung level 1 because of his soaring shot as well.
Yeah, I like this rotation coming in, right? Because for Yu Xiong, he can't do a 2v1. The specialty of a Florentino pick is the ability to take one-on-ones with great precision as well. But VP, the faster rotation wins, and they have made that first move in the Crimson buff.
Yeah, you're trying to evade at the Crimson buff. Yeah, it's going to be actually not...
They got it. They
got it away. Okay, they did get it away there. So well played to Virtus Pro. Very good start here for this game number 1 between themselves. But they're just looking to dominate, obviously, the early game, right? They know, obviously, the way you kind of counter the pay is you have to kind of invite yourself in, right? You have to slow him down.
Yes. And when a pay isn't in a position to be able to do damage or tank damage in the first place, this game becomes a lot more straightforward for the side of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, we normally see kind of like the pays nowadays. They like to go for like the Frost Guard's Embrace, go for something that's going to give them a little bit more defense in that regard, because if it has to go past the mid-game, you kind of wanted something that's going to be able to kind of sustain a little bit more damage, and I feel like Q1's going to be able to aid that goal here for Buriram United.
Right, I mean, the silver lining is Taos is close to level 4. He will have his unending sorrows soon. And on the flip side, it's not the same for Clue, right? He does manage to catch up a little bit more in EXP and farm, but T-Gold, we're talking about this just now, he is not having a fun time. The moment Clue leaves him alone, he is at risk.
Yes, and the fact that he's using the infinite fastness, right? You see Tao's already rotates. He's like, guys, okay, ultimate's off the gorge now. If we're going to strike onto T-Gold, this is your moment. But we do see a good equal rotation here from VP Clue as well as Highlang. Just keeping good body help. They're forcing the flash there from Taos. I mean, that's going to be a bit of a expensive use of that common skill.
Yep, this is way past 2 minutes, right? If you use your flash pre 2 minutes, it's okay.
Yes.
You will have it in time for the 4-minute tyrant fight. But at this point, at close to 3 minutes in the game, having it burnt out, not ideal. Now, Taos wants to be able to either reposition with his unending sorrow to heal or to damage the likes of VP during this 4-minute skirmish and exchange at the Tyrant Pit. Not looking good for them at this point, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, though, like, he is level 7 before Valdez was even level 7, right? Like, so having a nerd that's actually been able to outscale in terms of XP level, I mean, that's a problem here for Buriram United, right? That really shows that the jungler for Virtus Pro, he knows the clear rotations, he knows how to make those resources count.
Yeah. That's why junglers get angry when you take their camp, right? Because one camp, it was literally just the Crimson Golem going into the hands of Jiabao, and it made the world's difference. Now, a half a level EXP lead, he's also going to be able to jump up the backlines. And with the level difference, it's so hard to fight against him.
Yep, and we all know obviously Nerds is a scaling hero as well, right? So if he's able to scale a little bit faster there, it's going to mean that it's going to be a little bit more frightful for the side of Buriram United. Top side of the map here, we're looking for a potential takedown. It is going to be Yu Song who's going to be the first blood here, but it is going to be Buriram United looking to try to be a bit of a clean-up Clue. There it is. We see jungle fall for Clash Lane, but Virtus Pro are not done yet. Unbridled outburst onto the back line, takedown onto Nunu. 3-for-1 trade. Virtus Pro, very clean.
That's why we say it's a team game. Valdez here in the middle of a 2v1. they don't really have the resources to go and wrestle for the Tyrant, and they know it on the side of VP, so they will make life difficult for Valdos. He does secure his Azure Golem at this point, but the damage has been done. This is a T1 at the top, 1,000 gold going to the side of VP, and Clue, I mean, that last Unbridled Outburst to finish up, make sure they get the finishing blow as well. In this particular exchange,
Yes.
it was the right decision for Valdes to not go in.
Yeah.
But it was unfortunate they had to spend a little bit more time to get Jaffa. They did get him in the end, but this is the value of the Nerds. He buys time for you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what when we see that it's come through, buying time is the whole point of the game. But this vengeful right leg best, that was personal, right? It's like, you know what? I'm not gonna get everybody, but I'm gonna get one person in particular, and it's Nunu that I'm gonna get the takedown onto as well. Well, you were saying it really good there, Kin. Obviously, it's starting to fall apart. The early game, T1 top side of the map has gone. The Tyrant now being procured by the side of Virtus Pro, and I mean, I don't want Brewing Fans to kind of look topside of the scoreboard here as well. Obviously, the gold is definitely into the favor of Virtus Pro.
The biggest challenge now is we haven't seen the 90 exchange yet, right? This Byron has yet to pull out any value for the team fights simply because he's not needed at this point. Now, he will start to jump on Valdes. He is low.
Uh-oh, yep, very low there. I mean, not too low, but he's able to pounce out that one there using his Tiger form. And then we see Yusong just kind of patching up the wound, saying, guys, I'm going to push him away and get safe. But at the same time, they're not even safe in their own jungle because that T1 takedown, top side of the map, means that it's easy access here for Virtus Pro. Has been replicated in bot side of the map there as well. The Lorien ult onto the back line is not going to get followed up there. The flash from Lecky is a problem. They know that Chano is a sitting duck at this point.
Yo, Hailang, he's so good. That was a big save. Tigo got caught. He was open for the taking, but simply because of the knockup from Hailang, there was no other option. Now, they will try to go on 90, but he has a lot of shoes to work with, and the team is backing him up. I don't think they want to do this.
Yep.
Uriram, this is a distraction play. They want to try and get the T1 at the bottom, but here comes the potential trade in mid.
Looking for a potential trade here in mid. Obviously, shield potential, like you were saying there, are about 90. Not only does he have Byron's utility, the kit of that shield, he has the Stampede, the Leaping Savior from Clue as well. Just means it's going to be even harder, especially when you are playing from behind, like Bury United right now, to melt down that Byron.
I mean, it gives you a lot more access. Like, let's focus on Clue for a little bit, right? Instead of going for redemption, this guy actually goes for radiance. And that deals damage and slows you down. So everything is set up so that VP can play even better as a team. This is a team effort here.
Well, it's because they know they're going to get to an AOV team, right? They love to scrap in these team fights, so I don't blame them. The knockup there onto Valdes is obviously very lethal here. It's going to be Lecky that's going to be aimed into the back line there. The unbridled Embers just catch onto Lecky as well. Takedown of the farm lane is going to be the aim of the game here for the side of Virtus Pro. We did see a nice three-man elevation there from the side of Burium United, but it's not going to be enough to actually claim anything here for them. They stopped the assault onto their base. I think that's the best that they can hope for right now.
It's just a better competition at this point, right? You can start to see the value of VP's comp. Why is it so hard to fight? Because they have so many shields. Just 90 alone has a one-man army shield, and it's aided on by Clue with his Leaping Savior as well. And with the Goldie EXP differential, VP now, it's not the biggest. It's what, 1,500 gold. But every team fight is structured and goes in their direction because they get the knockups and they finish the job.
Exactly, the knockup, as you just said there, on point. It's going to force out that ulti there from Taos. Now is the time for Virtus Pro to try and calculate some kind of strike here. They don't have a minion wave, so I can't imagine them going to aggress here unless the Nerds decides to fly in and put some pressure on. However, bot side of the map, they do have availability.
I mean, the palms on the side of VP are so big.
Oh, double knockup, knockup after knockup. Paul Lecky had more airtime than Tony Hawk there in that engage into the brush, but it's going to be bot side of the map here. The T2 takedown potentially for Virtus Pro, just using Lorien, just clear up that minion wave.
We talked about the container play from the side of VP, right? They're containing them. There's too much CC. They can't do anything. They don't have the damage to deal with Clue as well. And this VP, everything started from there. No big tanks in a row. You can't do anything.
It was pretty much destined to be a bit of a failure, right? Because obviously what we've used to be seeing from Bureau United, like you were saying there, the tank support meta is huge. And in the best of three, why not abuse that, right? Like, don't let your opponents take away these tanks, take away these vital supports. So if we look at, Virtus Pro's bans, right? In game number 1, they're all support bans. So the fact is they know how strong Taos is as the backbone of Birmingham United. Just shows that they're playing like a 4D chess game here.
Yes, limiting your options and, adding on more of your own. He can be so greedy this game. It doesn't matter whether Valdes gets a couple of licks on him. Fine, he does have his infinite fastness. He can take the disguise as a dragon, and every single advantage now is going to the way of VP. Look, they even forced the Azure Golem to go into the hands of Taos.
Yes.
You want that on Valdes. He needs the gold.
Exactly, he needs anything he can get right now. I mean, he has no kills, he has 1 assist, he hasn't died yet. I feel like that's kind of like silver lining here for Birmingham United. It's the fact that they haven't actually been able to catch boulders, which is a good job, especially how brutal VP have been in diving onto the enemy team.
Yeah, man, this is the bait. They don't want to take this now.
No.
They're inviting Buriram for a fight. And, this is where things get a little bit dicey. Do you want to contest? You are behind on gold. And at this point, one fatal mistake could cost you the game.
Yeah, behind on gold, you don't quite have your Crimson Golem, but you might not even have Lecky in a moment's time. Obviously, using the frigid charge there onto the side of VP means a claim and drive away Birmingham United from that Tyrant pit. But it's going to be Yusung into the backline there. And even Avast has been brought through just to be a bit of fear here and force the flash out from Birmingham United. They are running scared.
Yeah, both Clash laners doing really well to isolate the rest of the team, split the fight. They want to get the farm laners, but both teams know how to play this game. They will be successful in fending each other off, and the reset happens. But is it a fair trade? No, it's definitely not. VP still very much in control.
Yeah, like I said, obviously defend each other off, but are you defending that minion wave that just literally took the T2 to the mid, right? Like, that's not a really good defense, but it's the best defense option Birmingham United had.
Okay, I like that urgency.
Oh,
nice
okay.
knockup.
Nice double man knockup there. Beautiful access onto 90. Look, have to get a bit more. The Splendor has bought a bit of time, but in the wrong means that is going to be an extra kill going up to Birmingham United. They are looking for a little bit more here. T-Gold is going to be the only damage dealer here onto the side of VP, but it doesn't matter. He's into the back line. Lecky gets taken down. Triple kill from the DOT onto Nunu, and now they are looking for a bit of a brawl. 2v1. It's going to be Usong as well as Valdes. They are both on the run. They are scared.
Oh, you can't do it.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. This guy is him.
Yeah, 4 kills in a row. I mean, for the team, VP now, they have a 3-kill advantage, but that's not even the biggest pain point. The differential, close to 4,000 gold in advantage to Virtus Pro, and they also have now an opportunity to take the Shadow Overlord, right? Yes, just now they had the Primal Bond, they couldn't risk it. And I like the idea that Buriram had.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what, let's make the immediate trade. This is a very AoV trade. They want to make the exchange as fast as possible. But they know it's on VP, and what a way to make them pay for it.
Wait, the fact that this guy on the nerd set, he's like, you know what, just keep bringing it. I'm taking it. I'm being generous. Just keep punching me. I'm going to keep getting back up. 613 KDA here. That's, like, I think probably the best nerd performance we've seen so far within KWC, and this replay is going to show it.
Yeah, so this is the main difference here. It looked pretty good for the side of Buriram because they finally got the lockdown and stun. This came from the start of the Tao's second skill on the U1 as well. And it looked good for a pretty moment. But when you don't have your frontliners trying to defend and deter the rest of VP on attacking, that's already one big problem. Second problem is that Jiabao is already level 15. He is the guy with 6 different kills. He is a perfect itemization. Went for the frigid charge as well to slow down, give him more time to get damage over time.
I mean, you look at it here, right? Obviously, Bruce trying to be, he is levels of notches ahead of them, but what's the point having damage if you have no effect onto the enemy team fight, right? T3 down bot side of the map has been pressured and taken down here as well. We have the Vanguard slowly approaching. Birmingham United trying to form some kind of defense.
Yeah, they can flow like water. Water can cut through rocks, but you need a lot of time to do that. And time is something they don't have. VP already knocking on the door. They don't have to over-aggress. The Shadow Overlord has already done its job. They have opened up access into the T3 at the bottom. Mega Minion splash.
Oh my goodness, such an aggressive flash there, but Jiba was like, no, what? That's my green light onto the back line. You leave Lecky open when you flash in with 2 heroes. That is your problem. We are seeing trades across the gorge here, so this could be the saving grace for Birmingham United into the back line. He's going to use Song with a triple kill, but now he has to run and hide. 90 is like the Shining. Here's Johnny.
That could have been the game-saving play there. Yishong, if he did not wipe out the backline on the side of VP, this game definitely would have been over. And this is the value of the Florentino. CC immunity and huge dive. Now, Buriram, they don't really have a lot of time, but we'll take a look at this. Nice setup from the side of Nunu. But here's the big problem. Sabo is already on your backlines. Licky, he's so used to having so much space in all the games he's played to get the free damage in. So what does VP do? They just go straight for the source of the problem. And on the backlines, very good work on the side of Yishong to try and deter the rest of the team from coming in. Successful. That is 1 point of success. But can he do it again?
Exactly. I mean, like we were saying, Virtus Pro, best performance so far within KWC. I have to give it up to Gusong here. That Florentino was a masterpiece, and it was the means that stopped them losing this game number 1, forcing it into around about a 15-minute game now. And obviously, that goal lead is still not too far behind, right? It's only 2k gold at this point, which isn't like any kind of means of like, oh, we can't come back in this one. But we are looking for the takedown to steal onto the side of Virtus Pro. Gets the Tyrant. It's going to be the triple man knockup onto the side of Buriram United, but that's not going to be enough. Not the stopping force here that they need. It's going to be T-Goal taken to the sky, crashing down. We see a 3-1 trade here for the side of Virtus Pro, and they're looking for an ace. Voldus has turned into a kitty cat. Meow. He has to get out.
Yeah, Clue as well as 90, all right? This is so hard to defend. You are a one-man. This is not even an army. This is a tiger against the Tamers at this point, and he will be team. Valdez tries to push them back, but here we go. Game number 1 should go to Virtus Pro. They push him back one more time, and VP are the winners in game 1.
Very well played from Virtus Pro. Did I expect anything less from KML? Nah, I'm done. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it was a good effort, and this is where we start to see, right, the different styles when we clash. We want a more fluid movement from the side of Buriram. It does work,
yes,
but it's very hard to execute, especially when you don't have the goalie, you don't have the EXP.
Yep.
The jungle role is so important. You need to have success within the first 4 minutes.
Especially the fact, like we saw with that last play of the base, right? Obviously, Towers flashes in, Dudu flashes in. Like he's kind of like, guys, I've got no one to protect me. Like, what's going on? And obviously, the aggressive play really worked there. Able to obviously save off Virtus Pro, but unfortunately, it did spell the into the end there for game 1.
Virtus Pro takes 1-0 lead on top of Buriram United Esports. That was a very leveled match. It was not those one-sided. It was just coming and going. The beautiful thing about just having teams with different understanding of the patch. The Florentinos coming in, the Lorians coming in. That is the main idea of our KWC 2026, man. Just the variety. How can we make the ecosystem so much stronger, so much better by just having players that know these two heroes?
I mean, this is why we're sharing the stage, right, with the two different games.
Yep.
And at this point, this shows the understanding of Virtus Pro for the draft of Buriram United, right? This is a very scary draft, by the way. This is 3 big monsters, the Pei, Florentino, and the Lorian. This is meant to create space for Licky so he can get the free hits in. But here's what's lacking, the stun. And Taos only can offer you the stun every couple seconds. So VP said, you know what, let me make life difficult for you. With the Nerza pick, I'm gonna split the fight in half. Who are you gonna choose to defend?
And I think that is the main idea of what Virtus Pro, why they're the champions of their whole region, right? Because they see these openings and they can really just capitalize from the hero picks.
Yeah, Bacon Fury of United choose whatever you were. You a top bun kind of guy or a bottom bun kind of guy? Because it was just completely split. The filling fell out the sandwich. What do you go for? It's literally carbs left on that one. But speaking of what's been left here onto the gorge, there's so much damage here coming from the side of Virtus Pro. And even the fact that Jibao here on that 29% damage dealt on a tank, on a Nertzer, like, this is really a good masterclass for teams watching this game to be like, right, okay, I need to up my Nertzer game.
This is exactly what you should be doing as a Nerza, right? Split the fight. Make sure that you have to be the focal point of the opponent team. And while that happens, if you are able to take down the farm lane on the side, which in this case for Buriram United Esports is Licky, then you give a lot more space for the side of Tigo. And I like the way that Hailang played this game at Xiao Xiao. He wasn't looking for just engages. He was also a safety net, right? Every single time Buriram was able to allow Yushong to come in to the backlines, that was Hailang's responsibility. I will break your combo up. And once that momentum is stopped, this is where 90 shines, Clue shines, Tigo comes in, and suddenly you find yourselves in a horrendous situation, 1v5.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you have to give props over to Nunu, right? Like, I think like this is the most 3-man knockups I've ever seen on a Lorian this far, and it's very impressive. But it's also a good counter towards obviously the way that Virtus Pro is playing. When you've got so many players, so many heroes diving in on you, Lorian CC Ultimate is going to be the best means to kind of just drive them away.
And I want to just highlight Tigo. This time, I've seen the growth. We've seen him in KML, and I think this is wonderful. But Isaac, I want to know what you want to think.
You know what? I do believe that Hailang over there on that Xiaoqiao pick was actually, for me, the best player in the field. We saw him the last Tyrant fight. They already, like Buriram United already started the Tyrant. And it's Hailang, the one that through his stun, allows his team to come in and just claim that one. We're going to give you more action of these two teams after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Virtus Pro 1-0 on top of Buriram United Esports. Right over here, if they win their next game, they're going to seal their ticket to today's upper bracket final against KSG. But before we can start thinking about this afternoon, we need to think about the game in front of us. Because Buriram United already spent the Florentino, already spent the Lorion. Two of the picks that might have given them an advantage. Are we going to see a weaker or stronger BRU coming in?
Okay, so this is what I like about this stage of the competition. Every team that has made it here is a champion.
Yeah.
So this is where champions are forged. Now you're in a very difficult position. Like you said, the big picks are gone. What else do you have to offer? Are you going to go for Assassin Jungle once again? And Valdez, yes, he is good. He has come from the experience of PKL. Now, mixing the two games together where we have the AOV heroes now taken out of the picture, what else does Valdez bring to the table, right?
I think that one of the beautiful things that Valdez did right over there was the fact that he's always trying to jump in and try to find the jungle, but VP, they have already done their homework, man. Like, they came in, the first thing they did was to protect the resources, not allowing Valdez. When Valdez jumped in the jungle, there was nothing for him to take.
Yes, and I will bring this point over to you, Glenn. Remember when we were watching the East versus West battle? This is exactly what they did to Haku, right? They didn't allow him to play in the game. He was either the isolated target or he was the last one to join the fight, of which neither ones were the proper position he wanted to be in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've always been discussing this since the play-ins, right? Obviously, some of these matchups where it becomes like, who is the main composure of the teams? And a lot of the times it's the jungle, right? And obviously, like you said there, they kind of forced Valdez to kind of play a kitty cat kind of strat, right? Like, he was always on the run, barely had any kills. He was 0-0-1 for Lord knows how long. And the fact is, back to the point that all those AOV heroes have gone. Obviously, they do have a net if they really want to go for that one, but really, it hasn't been a play star of Buriram United. Unless they get forced into the same situation when they have no tank, maybe the net does come out.
They can consider the butterfly as well. This is one of the AOV specialties, right, at the same time. But it's also a very high-risk, high-reward hero because if you don't get the assists, you don't get the kills, it's very hard to get your damage reduction on point. And that's the whole point of playing a butterfly, to reset, go into the fight once again. And VP now, this is another one of the specialties of Clue. Not, to me, his best, but it's something that he has provided with consistency. The Dire Dia. So do we see a potential Ogren pick or the early pick coming in for the side of VP?
I think I'm edging more towards the early pick, right? Because obviously here with the first two picks, we do have Birmingham United. They could have gone for the lung actually, but they surprised me. They're going to go for the flowball marksman here for Lecky. I mean, it does kind of give you a little bit more extra space, right? The arrow storm is going to cover a little bit more range for you than what lung could ever actually do. But it's actually going to be the Chano here they're going to pick up, and then they're going to go for the Angela here into the mid lane, anti-tank specialist.
Yes, that's number 2, anti-tank. I love the Angela pick. It's one of the most straightforward heroes in the mid lane, able to shred the towers and shred the life points and shield points of your tank roams or even your tank clash laners, junglers, whatsoever. Biggest thing you will pick up is that when you use her ultimate, Blazing Brilliance, you also are CC immune until your shield value falls. So this is something that I think they will play really focus on the side of VP.
Yeah, and it also means that you got to kind of like check those brushes, right? Like if you are somebody that's going to be solo rotating, right? Especially if they go for something like, I don't know, an assassin hero that's going to be particularly squishy. If Highline's in the right bush at the right time and gets that 2-1-3 combo, he's going to get annihilated. But I feel like the Angela against the Guan Yu, if you're using the Blazing Brilliance, to your point, he's not going to be able to kind of bully this this hero around. So really, the focus for Guan Yu, I think he's still yet to be seen onto the side of Virtus Pro.
I mean, we've seen so many great Guan Yu plays in the past few days, right? Players like Clean, all the different clash lanes that have picked up this Guan Yu have been fantastic. The flanks have been spectacular, but it needs to be followed up. You can have that catch from the Guan Yu, but someone needs to finish the job. And right now, it's looking pretty good. Licky, this time with Flowborn Marksman, he's going to be able to position himself much further away, use the arrow shower to his advantage.
And he also has that kind of like means of escape as well, right? The enhanced second skill, right? Use your puppy first, use your second skill, kind of like shock it away, but you're also doing damage. It's also a great little bit of tool to actually get the takedowns onto some like weaker turrets, right? Like if you've already done the damage, use the Flowborn Marksman just to get that. But they're going to ban out the Xiao Xiao here as well, really kind of put in a homage onto Nunu and his hero pool thus far within KWC 2026.
I think that's the biggest sign of respect, and also showing that they have done a lot of research on you, right? Knowing that Nunu, number one, he has shown you how to play Xiao Xiao, but not only that, but show you how to counter the Lorion.
Yes.
But Lorion, of course, has been banned in this game. In fact, no other AoV heroes aside from Annette, which is no longer an option for the side of Virtus Pro. I don't think you want to pick an Annette or the Butterfly down here. It's a little bit too risky. You're too squishy at this point.
Oh, very, very squishy. We need some kind of front line, right? I feel like it's going to either come in the form of the jungle, clash lane. It has to be right. Onto the side of Birmingham United, they're going to go for the newer here as well. Obviously, not only have they got to watch out for Guan Yu, the creation blocks is also going to create some big obstacles here for the side of Virtus Pro into these team fights. And if we look at anything from last game, they like to be all clumped into these team fights. So I feel like if you have creation blocks, if you're stuck between a horse, it's kind of really hard to either escape or actually make any kind of means of an engage. It means like it needs a second thought.
And the outrange potential is pretty huge as well, right?
Yes.
Nuwa is a hero that you can play from afar. When you use the creation block skill 1, there is a plus sign, and the full extent of the plus sign still gives you damage, so it's really hard to play. And this is also a late game insurance for the side of Unura. If this series goes late, this game too goes late, there is a chance they can turn this around. But here we go. I was thinking of this, right? Game 1, one of the reasons why they won so hard was because they had the dive potential from Yunaza. What's the other hero that does this really well? Is the Jing.
And obviously you can shove, right? Like if there's a hero in that Jing's ultimate, right, you shove them. You get a little bit of a CC. It's like only a second, but it's enough to do a lot of damage here. And it's going to be so nice to see Jiabao on this assassin pick. We saw him on the notes. He kind of played him like an assassin, just a bit of a tankier one, damage over time. Whereas this is going to be burst, burst, burst.
I'm pretty concerned here because look, this is another one of 90 specials,
Yes.
right? In HOK, if you're new to us, the Dharma, this is one of the most potent heroes you will see. Because once he gets the catch on you, that slam against the wall with the truth mantra, essentially you might be out of the game for a very long time. But I like the response. BRU, they're going for the Ying pick. Good sustain, good damage as well, high mobility.
very high mobility. And as well, I feel like I made this point yesterday when we saw the Ying go up against the Chano counterpoint. You can kind of use those Spirit Wolves to kind of like amp up your combos, right? Like just get those hits off, use your combos, and then obviously you're able to get that setup for the team by that long range kind of like slam that we see from Ying as well from the ultimate.
So does this channel pick aid VP, or does it inevitably aid the Ying in the team fights? That's something that we need to really take a closer look at as we head into the second game. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, is series point. Who is it for? It's for Virtus Pro.
Yep, it is for Virtus Pro, but it means this is the pinnacle point for, or especially the penultimate point for Buried United to come back, right? Like, if they don't do it here, then sorry, you go to the lower bracket. You go and meet Revenant Esports, right? Like, that's going to be a potential matchup there.
Well, I think for BRU, the concern isn't about the later parts of the stages of this tournament. Right now, it's in their face. They want to come back. They want to show the resilience. They are champions of their own league for a reason. And champions never shy away from challenge.
They never shy away, absolutely not. But the votes are definitely going over to the side of VP once again into that Overlord pit. The confidence of the online community is with the KML.
Yeah, and I like this idea coming in from this side of Buriram. You know what? Let's not care about the mid lane. The wave clear is pretty slow. How though? Wow, that's a lot of damage right from the get-go.
He's like, guys, you know what? I'm misplaying a tank. Okay, nice takeaway there for Highland into the mid lanes, able to steer away those gates away from Buriram. Very careful. He doesn't quite have level 4 yet. He does have a flash. He's able to get out of there. The creation box are a little bit too slow from Nunu.
How important was that second skill stun coming in from the side of Highline, man? If he did not, he was going to be first blood.
I don't think VP would have been too happy with that. Neither would Highline. Highline, we know, is a very emotional player. Keeps himself to high standards. And I mean, that kind of pays off with the attitude that he has, because he has reached incredible heights within KWC alone, right?
Yes, and this is going to be a very important portion, right? Yeah. Keeping calm, keeping your composure. Yes, this is an ideal situation for VP, where you're leading the series 1-0 in a best of 3, but you don't count out BRU. Now, let's start looking for an opening here. Valdez does have his 4, but this is a potential 2v3. I don't think they want to fight this here.
No, absolutely not. Using the space right there just to make the rotation a bit faster and a bit more safe here for Jiabao as well. Oh, okay, Buriram is actually taking the votes here. It seems like their region's got online for you. We can't have that. We can't have that disrespect. Let's blow some points into that one. Let's give the boys a bit of influence with On the Gorge. They are not at home. They are in a different destination.
Yeah, they definitely need all the support they can get, right? At this point, this is one of the more stressful situations to be in. Yes, you have the lower bracket as a safety net, but ideally you want to be in position 1. You want to be top of the group so that you get to choose your opponents in the next stage of this game. Now, with that being said, Buriram, I think they've been holding on well. They're keeping close in the gold department. About 300 gold that sets them apart. I think this will be the chance. First blood is definitely going to be the one that swings things in favor.
But they've got to really sort of like stop these takeovers of these little points, right? Obviously, Clue gets caught out there. After the flash onto the idea, Usong is all over Clue. He's able to get escaped there. Once again, that second skill from Highland is such a safety net. He's saving his support. It should be the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, this is aided on the fact that there is a rare miss from Taos on the Unbridled Always. So you definitely can tell the nerves are getting to the side of BRU.
Absolutely. Because, I mean, realistically, this could be a matchup in the lower brackets finals, right? Like, we have KSG within this one. It's going to be a scary, hairy group to actually ride that upper bracket here for any team. But right now, Buriram United just using Nunu's emergence there just to see if there's anybody in the long rush catches eyes onto Clue there. They know that Tony one member, it's fine.
It is very important because finally on this time, in this second game of the series, BRU actually have some decent CC. So they won't be able to be contained as they were in game number 1. But right now, Clue, he's going to be very important. They catch out Towns. It's not the biggest moment just yet. He does have the Unbridled Alphas. Game plan probably is, can we get him to waste it?
I love how they're playing the idea here, though, right? They're always going to have somebody nearby so we can use the heart link to get out. I feel like a lot of teams, they never really use that mechanic to the way it should be. Upside of the map here from Bruce, we have Usong as well as Valdez just trying to put pressure onto 90's lane, because we know if 90 gets a lead, he's able to be so free from that clash lane and create such gravitational plays.
Well, but that's not the case right now. BRU are faster in the rotations, and clash laners are rushing, making their way into the Tyrant pit. This is going to be a standoff at the moment because Valdez is looking at his Azure Golem. Falling low though.
I mean, how can you outsmite a Jing? You basically have two smites into the backline. It's going to be the mirror domain as well. We see Baldus looking low. He gets taken down there. It's actually going to be Clue with the first blood there, helping Jiabao, as well as Highland getting a takedown on the towers, but it's going to be Usong trying to dictate the flavor of Brewery United into this team fight 2 for 2. Can they get a little bit more here? The emergence does come through here from Nunu. We do see the creation blocks coming through as well. Ooh! Forcing the flash was a lifeline for Brewery United.
This one has been brewing for quite a little bit, but here's the biggest exchange. Both teams, the jungle and the roam fall. This 1v1 between Jabao as well as Baldus, that was so exciting. But the heals coming in. Clue, obviously, he wanted to give that kill over to his jungler Jabao, but he had to give the heals first. Unfortunately, they could not get the last hit from Jabao, so he did not get that kill. This is not looking good, but Baldus is also in the same position.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good even further, right? Obviously, yes, you trade both jungle and support for each other, but you lose the Tyrant, you lose that T1 down bottom side of the map where that whole team fight was going for. Virtus Pro, I love how they're playing. They're playing like some of the bigger teams within Honor of Kings, right? They're not just going for a team fight, they're making sure they're getting something more from it.
Yeah, so it's up to BRU at this point, right? The pressure's on you. You're down behind by one game in the series, and I feel like Yusong is going to be very important, along with Taos. They need to have the perfect synergy in both of their catches. When you land the Unbridled Outburst, not just slam them against the wall. You need to fish for T-Go or Jabao to be singular target so that the rest of BRU can get you.
Exactly. It's going to be a little bit easier to kind of fish for T-Go as well, right? He doesn't have to be for the fastest this time around. He's really going to be kind of like holding on to that flash, the common skill here. But at the same time, Highland with these second skills is probably been the biggest denier of any access onto T-Go thus far. And we need to get him to the late game for him to do some real damage.
This is such a different Highland from my memory, right? Highland has always been very aggressive, flashy plays one-on-one, and this time he really has transitioned into an even stronger team player. The saves coming in, he's making sure that T-Go gets all of the space and the safety that he needs.
Not only the safe and space safety, he's literally gathering like all these extra little bit of resources as well, right? Like that's slowly forming into a 2k goal lead at this moment in time. The kills are even Steven right now between these two teams, but as we know within HOK, kills aren't always the biggest metric of success, right?
It's not, it definitely is not, right? It's about what you do after it. Sure, you can get the kills, but if you don't get the turrets, you don't get the neutral objectives, then all of those kills are going to waste because you're not maximizing the value. Right now, talking about value, they have gotten a T1 on the top. Who's just pushing Yusong away? And I like this a lot, right? One of the biggest things that happen is when you don't have an idea where the clash is.
Exactly. If you're not man-checking something like 1U, you probably set yourself for a bit of disaster there within those team fights, right? If it's not Clue, it's Jobao here as well onto the Jing. We are seeing a bit of a TP from the side of the Boulders just to make sure they're able to kind of keep away this minion. But they're not going to get that T1 takedown potentially here. But VP's like, you know what? No, we're going to go for the T2 down bottom side of the map here. We're opening that pressure. We're going to create more need for them to be apart from that mid lane.
It's one simple decision, right? The choice from Jabao to actually go onto Yusong forces out the sprint as well as the full charge. They couldn't try.
Catches on to T-Go. Can they get a follow-up here? No, it's going to be to the back line. G-Bao is like, you know what? When you leave the charge, you leave your members behind. And unfortunately there, for the side of Brewery United, they are going to drop 3 for 1. But Boulders is looking for some more revenge here for his fallen boy. And Nunu into the back line with the emergence so well here. He's just single-handedly, with the help of Boulders, turned around that team fight.
That could have gone into a disastrous mood for the side of BRU if Nunu did not get that finish there. But he did. Yes, they gave 4 lives for the cost of 3 at this point. But Boulders is still alive. And this is important in the recovery. They will manage to successfully defend the T1. But let's take a look at this fight here. Very nice catch from Taos onto the side of T-Go. But this is where the value of a utility roam comes in. And also, that follow-up truth mantra from 90. This is why this guy is so scary in the KML. And right now, putting his talents to the KWC stage at this point of time, it is so spectacular. But Nunu, what a recovery. Did not hit the annihilation, by the way, but with the emergence, did save some time and go back into the pockets of BRU, but it's still not enough.
It is not enough, though, but at the same time, you can kind of see the potential here of Brewery United, right? Like, if these two teams meet in the lower bracket, there has been a lot of vital information being given over that they can work with within that meantime. But right now, that T2 top side of the map here is looking to be potentially a barrage here, but it's going to be Arrow Storm that keeps them away, which is just a beautiful use of the lowball marksman into the backline is Boulders. He's taking the bait right now. It's going to be Angela as well as Clue here, just trying to keep T-Gold safe.
It's just always so close. They get T-Gold down low, but here comes Ji-Xiong here. He wants to try and defend the T1. I don't think they will allow that to happen. T1 will go into the hands of Virtus Pro from the mid side of BRU's side of the map.
The mid lane game state is definitely not safe here for the side of Bureen United, and obviously now this just means, obviously, yes, bot side was already opened up, but now it's a clear ownage of their enemy's jungle, right? That jungle was deleted.
Okay, silver lining though, Licky, yes, he did fall once, but T-Gold has also fell once in this game, and Licky has been consistently farming, right? So I think he's keeping pace, while he is like half a level behind T-Gold. This 10-minute mark is what defines it. Do we get the steal or not? Annihilation ready for the go.
Yes, he obviously has the insight there that they're at the tyrant, but he's like, you know what? A little bit too late there. Just like British Transport, that is like, they always come up once. Two come at once, but never do they hit the mark. You are late for work here for the side of Bureen United for that comeback. 76 seconds left on the tyrant here. They do have a steady hand in this one, not in terms of gold, but VP have the extra damage.
Oh, Hailang, what a flash.
Oh my goodness, that was almost a two-hit combo.
Yeah, I mean, he did force the flash from Licky. This means they can't really defend. Licky can't come into the fight without taking a huge risk. And this is a huge play. Did not get the kill, but it's not about the kills at this point. It's about getting the resources out of their hands. There is no more common spell available. And here we go. Another quick ultimate from Hailang.
Yeah.
You know, when you have the Angela, maximum cooldown, she takes about 20 seconds before her ultimate comes up again.
Exactly. I mean, the amount of obviously aid and support you get from the ultimate as well, just the pure rate of interest is so crazy on that hero. I don't understand why many other people don't pick it, especially when we see this kind of like tank meta come through within under lately. And there it is. We do try and land the combo there. It's been enough to slow down.
He's gone.
But he's taking too much damage. He gets taken down by T-Gold as well. Brew are a little bit slow with that rotation to help their buddy.
You can't blame them. It's so hard. I mean, they expected Yi-Xiong to be able to survive. He does have the second skill to cleanse himself, but there's too many members on the side of VP.
Yeah, too many men right now. The T3 here for the side of Bureen United. That's going to be the takedown of the bot side. Mid lane has a minion wave crashing through here as well. Boulders is going to have enough minion wave clear to get that one solid.
How many lives do they get? VP, look at the damage. Licky is actually doing quite a bit of damage onto the lineup, entirely of VP, but every time they fall low, one heal from Clue, one redemption from Clue as well. It's all back to Gold State. And with that, ZyphAbyssX secures the Shadow Overlord and Taos.
Oh, so he does get low. He has to force the unbridled outburst there as well just to get him to escape. And I feel like that's going to be another scary metric here for the side of Bureen United, right? Like, they don't have that means of disengage for a very long time. We know the Virtus Pro has the Shadow Overlord as well. That just made securing these top two T3s left alone even harder.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at Nunu, yes, he just got the Savant Drop. There is damage, there is wave clear available, and Licky actually does really well in the wave clear department as well. But right now, it's not about the wave clear, it's about the team fights, because that's what VP is fishing for. Right now, you know, 90, he's just looking for them to be close enough to the walls, but he wants as many BRU members as possible.
He's looking greedy, right? He wants the full meal. He definitely doesn't want just a starter. He wants the whole course. He wants the dessert. On top of that, the dessert being the crystal there at the enemy base of Bureen United. Right now, we have the Vanguard rocking through here. Top side of the map. Is this going to be the Hail Mary play here for Brew?
Yeah, last stand for them on the side of BRU. They will be able to successfully defend this, but 90, I think he's looking for a perfect angle. Right now, BRU is not allowing that. If you want to take that combination of true mantra, it will have to be just two members. They will start to jump in. Baldus is looking for an opening.
Yeah, Baldus is definitely looking for an opening. The unbridled outburst is actually going to catch on to T-Gold into the backline there. Useful as well with a nice flank, but it's going to be opening up that backline for the side of Bureen United. It looks like they may have to go into the back room and have a couple of brewskis. The quadra kill came through. Is it going to be the Penta here for the side of Virtus Pro to finish that game off and bring them to the upper brackets?
If we're not wrong, this is the first ever Penta in KWC, and this one goes into the hands of Jiabao. What a play from Virtus Pro.
Beautiful, beautiful play there. Obviously, game number 1 looked like it was going to be a little bit tighter, right? But this game number 2, the way that the VP's draft synergized there, the capture, the securing of T-Gold was beautifully done by Highlight.
Virtus Pro is going to move into the upper bracket. That pentakill right over there. Beautiful, beautiful performance by Virtus Pro. Right now, we're going to be looking at the stage. Look at that. They are the winners, the players that came in. First game, closer. Second game, it was just one-sided, I would say.
I mean, we were looking and asking the question, synergy, right? Jiabao coming in, he comes from all the way at the bottom, reached the top of the stage with the team of TTG from KPL. Can he fit into the play style of Virtus Pro? And boy, did he fit in. He was leading the charge on the side of Virtus Pro. That last dive, getting Nunu out of the way, Nunu was a big problem, but once he was gone, there is no more fight back.
No, and as the time would pass, like that, Nunu would just keep going bigger and bigger and bigger. So they needed just to solve that problem.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, like you were saying there, obviously, with the KPL player coming to the roster trying to find that identity. I feel like as well, you have to prop the 4 of the members of the side of Virtus Pro. They rose to his expectations, you believe there, especially with that solid gameplay that we just saw.
Yeah, I would give the props for teamwork. Like, they allowed the pentakill, right? In most cases, we would be like, no, oh, 4 pentakill. No, I'm going to get your last one for your teamwork.
I think that he was really looking for that. Since game number 1, in game number 1, he was looking for it as well. I saw him a couple times, but then the second game, he really wanted it and he grabbed it.
So let's take a look at the scoreboard. What points out to you at this point?
I mean, it's this one right there, obviously.
Exactly.
It's so beautiful. It was like we saw a masterclass on the Nurture as well, and he kind of just played this one with just a bit more ferocity, right? Like he was like, okay, Brew made the same mistake as they did in the last game. They would always go in, commit so much of the front line, they'd leave open Nunu. Baldus would be left to the walls, as well as Lecky.
Yeah, but VP shows you exactly what you need to do to beat BRU.
Yeah.
This is one of the series where Licky had no space. He was constantly under pressure, and this is why the big picks, Nerds are in game 1, Jing in game number 2. Look, they always were rising in value because they never allowed Licky to be comfortable farming. And if you wanted to farm, you had to take a risk of coming out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're on unknown territory, regardless. Obviously, AOV team coming to the gorge. Definitely have a little bit of an issue there in terms of obviously navigation. But it's also, like you were saying there, Kid, it's the deniers, it's the gatekeepers of the blue side, which can be Virtus Pro. So much damage coming from Highlang, Jiabao, as well as T-Gold.
Hailang, this guy, I mean, like I said, we were talking about it in the middle of the game. Hailang is normally a flashy player, but you know what? We have more information for you.
We do have more information coming in from the stage. Mara's got over there players from Virtus Pro. Mara, who you got right over there?
We're here with Clue. Félicitations. Tout était bon.
Merci.
You guys did incredibly great. And what we also noticed was that your crowd control chains, perfect. Once a player goes in, everybody follows up. Is that level of coordination specifically prepared for Buriram United Esports, or is this part of the Virtus Pro's identity?
I just think it's something like we do every time with VP. We just want to play like that, and yeah, we have some coordination as a player, so it's good.
Great coordination. In fact, when we looked at the draft, your opponent's lineup looked like it was perfect for a team fight. But when we took a look, especially in game 2, you guys were more aggressive. And how were you able to do that in a team, against a team that's supposed to be more aggressive than you are?
I mean, we just like control like every zone to make sure that we cannot get engaged as a team. And Jiabao did his thing with Jing, so everything went well.
You know what? We would like for you to invite all the listeners to support you. How about we say it in French so we have a little bit of the Paris feel and then translate it in English?
Juste merci pour merci de nous supporter et continuer de nous supporter. Just thank you for supporting us and keep supporting us.
Merci beaucoup, Clue, and once again, félicitations. We're going to talk about that a little bit more, and we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that Mara's French was like that.
It's good. It is good.
That was really nice. Thank you very much, Clue, for showing us the identity of Virtus Pro. They want to come in, pass the ball to Jabba, and let Jabba on those picks just to really build the advantage.
Okay, his name is no longer Jiabao, it's Xiaobao at this point because we are in Paris. But, okay, jokes aside, we'll take a look at the highlights of this entire thing, right? Like, it's crazy because the way that he went for a 1v1, this is pretty early in the game, right? You're still level 7, level 8, but they understood the power that they needed to wrestle away from the BRU lineup. This was a lineup that if you allowed them to hit late game state, there was no team fight to be had. They would just poke you from range.
Yeah, it's just beautiful runs up here. I mean, even Tao's on such a great pick like the John Fei felt like he was kind of just like they understood it because obviously Clue masters this hero, and it was just really hard to see him actually have the big impact we've been seeing within KWC 2026 thus far.
Yeah, and Hailang, I really want to commend this player once again because the way he played, he's more utility than flash at this point, right? He has been consistently getting the stunts for the team so that the combination that BRE is looking to pull off is always disrupted. Yes, they are a very aggressive combination. They can burst you in a matter of seconds, but everything keeps getting interrupted by Hailang first, and then with the combination of Jiabao, as well as 90 coming in, stun of the stun, slash of the slash, there is nothing left for BRU to do.
Yeah, they literally went for the hack and slash combo here
Yeah.
beside of Virtus Pro. They were taking no prisoners. They allowed Urim United to have everything that they ever wanted in a draft in that game number 1, and they rose to the challenge. Like I said, there was just like, UK, you want to do your best? We'll give you your best in terms of that draft. And then after that point, we're going to show you our best.
So congratulations, you have made it to the next level. Welcome to Clash Show Gaming. that's not good news, I feel. It's going to be a tough process.
I
They'll be
know,
fine.
right?
They'll be fine.
You hear like level up, next challenger, KSG. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. KSG is going to be playing against Virtus Pro this afternoon later on. But next, we're going to have match 3. We're going to have AGAL against Team Vitality. Let's go for a little break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the action of that match 3.
one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026 live from Paris, France. We're gonna bring you the match number 3 of today. AGAL is going to do their debut against Team Vitality. The title defenders are gonna come here and then show us how this game is played. Sagi, Nora, what are we looking for in this match?
A legendary team like AGAL.
Yes.
I would say that they are the defenders towards the title itself. And for the side of Team Vitality, they are the challengers here. But let's do deep dive more into AGAL, Nora.
Yeah, I mean, like, AGL definitely gonna be the true titan. In KWC, in KPL, like, all of those tournaments, you can see just AG just shining out on stage.
When you think about AGAL, you need to think about Inuo. Inuo, the man who helped shape Honor of Kings. That's going to be our Crunchyroll story of the day. Sagi, when you came into Honor of Kings, Inuo was already there. How is Inuo in your eyes, man?
So, Honor of Kings has been since the 2023-2024 era,
Yeah.
and as a global caster, and I speak on behalf of global players and fans. He's a legendary player. Like, you've seen him in different roles in the Clash, in the jungle, and converting himself into the farm lane. He's not just a player, he's an icon for these global players out there here. He has the mechanics, he has the leadership,
Yes.
leading AGAL all the way to multiple title finishes.
And I mean, this is his third time participating in KWC, right? He got the title in 2024 and then for 2025. So this time with AGAL again coming back at KWC while they defend their title this time.
If he gets those 3 titles, that puts him godlike already in that kind of level. What do you think, Nora?
Well, I feel like everyone think Inoue is kind of like the god of the game, right? And the god of HOK. But to be honest, I think what makes him so superb is not only about his pure mechanics, but also his like perseverance. I mean,
Of course.
because he's been playing from 2018 to now and first rotated from the top laner to the farm laner, which allowing him to have such a deep hero pool. And at the same time, this year they're trying to make comebacks.
I'm telling you, when you think about Inuo in the beginning of his career, right? Like, he was a Clash laner. And then just being able to rotate into a different role and still being able to perform puts a lot of tools inside of his tool bag that help the coaches to be able to solve problems. If you need the futsu, I can play the futsu. If you need the baitsi, I can play the baitsi. AGAL, not only Inuo, all of these players that you can see right over there, top of the top side.
Dashai, Zoe, Shenron, and also Kang Shen, all these specific 5-man lineup here. A legendary roster here. If you include the EWC run that they did last year in 2025, they had like what? A 7 championship in a row run. And I believe there was a specific number that they had that they won multiple BO7s without losing, right?
Yes, yes. And this time it's gonna be Team Vitality play up against AGAL. And this is actually their second time to play against him from KPL region.
The 2 champions are going to set on stage the clue, the questions that we have that we need answers. Whose crown is going to shine brighter? Is it going to be AGAL? Is it going to be Team Vitality? What does Team Vitality has in their arsenal?
Now, before we deep dive into this specific topic here, it is represented by their specific roster here. F1, Lanfeng, Zankyu, their Golden Boy in the jungle, Bao, and Gen Myth. This is a roster that has been reshaped around Zankyu, the double FMVP jungler from the IKL region here. So, last year, they lost to TTG in quarterfinals 0-4 by a KPL team. This year, with the addition of the bounty on top of AGAL, what's the bounty? You win one game, not a series, one game from a KPL team, you get $10,000. You win a series, 100K in the bank, baby.
100K just for winning the whole series? That is some serious amount of money, I'm telling you. Tranquil and the boys from Team Vitality, they're locked in international stages. It is not the best. Last year, KPL team. They got the Challenger Cup this year, another KPL team. Nora, is it that they don't have the quality, or is it just that their luck is just not the best?
That's really a good question to know because actually I think they are capable enough to compete to a lot of teams actually because
Yes.
they are the champion back in IKL Spring 2026, right? So this is, I think it's something to do with their fortune, I guess. It's always like throughout the draw you're gonna play up against the team from KPL.
I think it's much more of the things like you say about fortune. It's like, last year I faced TTG, and this year in the group split specifically, yes, not knocked out yet. They have a second chance if they do lose, but it's another KPL team all around.
I'm telling you, it is going to come down the team vitality being able to really clutch the moment. Because we know that AGAL in this 2026, it has not been as dominant as in the past. Spring, they did not make it to the finals. And then in Challengers Cup, they lose that tournament as well. Up until right now, AG has not won a title in this 2026, Nora.
That's some stories that I really want to share with you guys, because we know that in 2024, that was actually the start of AG's journey, getting those consecutive championships, and that was their first time participating in KWC. And last year, that was their heyday, right? Including that title they granted in KWC 2025, they got like 7 consecutive championships.
And that just has a
Tell
toll
me.
on the players, right? Because
Yes.
then the players are going to be tired as well. You got to remember that at the beginning of the year, a lot of rotations happen over there at AGAL.
Yes.
And right now, as we come back with the top formation, does Team Vitality have a chance against the top AGAL right now?
I think the only advantage that global teams or Team Vitality actually has is the patch knowledge, right? Yes,
Right.
I understand certain patches that global team has already played were the experiences before for some of these KPL teams, but due to the fact that they practice in a different environment, maybe this is the only chance that Team Vitality has in terms of advantage.
I think that Saki just really has a very good point right over there. Team Vitality plays the one patch, right?
Correct.
But then for AGAL, Nora, all of these players have to be jumping in between patches, here to there. Is that going to have a negative impact on them?
Well, I feel like that might have some impact on them because they have such a tight schedule, right? They just finished their competitions back in KPL like 2 days ago, and they just directly fly here to the Paris. And yesterday they're busy with their shootings, their rehearsals, like little time for them to get adapted to those new patches. And not even mentioned to actually for Ino and also Shai, they're trying to get adjusted to 3 different patches simultaneously.
Wow.
3 different patches simultaneously. It doesn't matter how good you are. That's gonna have a negative impact on you, because then physically it's really hard for you to be able to work every day at a very high pace. Thursday, AGAL in their last KPL game before coming in, before flying to Paris, has a 2-0 advantage, and then they end up losing that game 2-3.
I think both of you make a very good point, right? It's not just about patches alone. It's also about conditioning yourself to the best state that you are at to actually face global opponents here, because KPL is known as a very, very strong region, and all the global teams look up to this specific region itself.
And just take KSG as an example, right? Because they finished their matchup in today's first match, and they got a 2-0 clean win against Revenant.
Yes.
So I feel like if they just focus on themselves, they can actually do a great job. So actually this time in 2026, I feel like KWC is pretty much more like a making comeback to AG.
AGAL, as you can see on the screens, the title defender. Team Vitality in front of them, they're the challengers. And one more time against a KPL team. Hopefully everything is gonna go a little bit better for Team Vitality. They need to see this as what it is, a challenge, an opportunity to come and demonstrate that with every year that passes, they're getting better, and closer to the KPL teams.
It's still a far stretch to actually say that really close, but I always like to see whenever a global team goes up and face against a KPL team, because it shows how many years we've been in the ecosystem of Honor of Kings and how far we actually went and improved as a region itself. But talking about this specific series here, if there is a specific matchup that I want to highlight, is the FMVP jungler nobody practiced in Ogren, and also the FMVP of IKL, Zankyu in that jungle role.
Exactly. And you just mentioned about Jankyu, right? Because Vitality actually just rebuilt the whole team around Jankyu. And for him, he got FMVP twice, which also means Team Vitality, speaking to those trends difference, I would say Team Vitality is in their heyday because they got 2 consecutive championships, right? The fall last year and the spring this year in IKL.
But then you build a team around Jankyu. That is a very big trust that they put on his hands. Is that pressure gonna crush him, Sagi?
Pressure itself, I think Zankyu handles it really nicely. You can see he's really composed and really playful in the interviews itself. At the very least, I believe in Zankyu, and I think that this is going to be an elevating moment for both teams as we hop straight into the draft.
For the draft, we can see game 1. Team Vitality is on the blue side and for AGAL on the red. Well, definitely assassin is going to be the priority, and also how they're gonna play around with their core players. Seems like Team Vitality already banned away the Shelby and also Aoying, just trying to shred down the power at the bottom.
Now, Nora, as a KPL caster, I have a question here. Can you introduce more on AGAL's playstyle for specifically their hero pool or their macro rotation? What do you have in mind?
Well, you know, like a lot of teams prefer to play in a more aggressive way, but speak to AGAL, they just formed a pretty unique playstyle. They are more into microing, operation, and you know what? They are the first team to discover the details about those golden share, about those waves, which made them to be so dominating in the past 2 years.
We call it the AG gold sharing rotation, right? You have like
Yeah.
3 members going on towards the map, farming multiple waves, and then you have everybody going into the jungle sharing gold and EXP. So that's the exact play style here. But I'm liking what is picked up here by the side of Coach Bao for the 1-2 pickup. It's Arlie. And who's always on Arlie?
It's all about Arlie. Arlie is Eno's signature hero. I would put it into that. He even got an FMVP skin on that Arlie back in KPL, and also paired up with the idea, which will make them very powerful during the laning.
You reckon we get an Ogren here so we can get like double FMVP skins coming here
And
for
Frost,
the
maybe
game?
like triple
Wow,
FMVP.
okay, that's a fast stretch.
That's the way how they get here.
Well, that's true, that's true. And we have seen global teams adapt to the Arlie Diadia playstyle plus the Ogren here, but it will be the floorborne tank here that will be picking up here from the side of AGAL. So it's a very strong first trio here. But what I like about Team Vitality's draft, they are drafting the Xiao Qiao, which is I would say, pretty good counter in towards the Arlie pick.
That's true, because of the ulti can just lock that Arlie down during this team fight, and also they're flexi picking this Zhicha, and also with this Lapu Lapu, which allowing them to do a lot of initiation during the game.
That's true here. So for this specific second phase here, you will see more of these jungle picks that will be banned from the hands of ZhongQ. You don't want to give him a very smooth game. At the very least, you have to play with cautious here. If you give global teams a specific chance, yes, in terms of macro, lane swaps, goal sharing, global teams are not yet at the standard of AGAL or the KPL teams. But when it comes down to brawling and fighting, maybe sometimes global team might take it.
And that might be the main reason why AGAL is banning away this Ogren and also this Oguda, right? Just directly targeting on Zhangqiu, the core player of Team Vitality.
Interesting stuff indeed. And so far, coming in towards this specific draft here, Angela, sort of a combo with the Diadema where you have like two locks done into the Angela full burst combo. You don't want Sheng and also the side of Shuai to have that connection here, because in Honor of Kings, it's always about the 3v3. You don't want to lose that mid game.
Yes, and I mean like Nuwa is one of, I think, the best performance hero in the hand of Shen. Actually, he can do really good with this Nuwa, and also just guarantee that they still got a late game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case here. And I'm just interested to see what kind of jungle picks are still available. You see 3 jungle picks here being locked away. It's gonna be ZhongQ's Jing. He pulled this up back in the Challengers Cup and had a pretty decent early game, but yes, he still lost, but he had some highlight reels that are going around Chinese social media.
Exactly. And I mean that with this Jing take, it shows his aggression about this whole game, but also this kind of composition just leave the door open for this fatigue pick.
So for AGAL's draft, what do you think about this?
I think it's very well rounded because the first 6 minutes, like in the early game, you can rely on the power at the bottom, right, by this Dadia and also this early pick, and still you are guaranteeing your late game with this new Nuwa pick and also fatigue. So I feel like they are building up a well-rounded composition with high tolerance.
I feel so as well. It also comes down to whether or not Eno and also the side of Dashuai, are they able to pace that early game? Are they able to funnel that goal strategy? So far we see from AGAL's draft is very mid to late game centric. They cannot afford any single mistakes. If not, the draft coming in from Team Vitality is so team fight prone. They find an opportunity, they will just jump in for every single play.
And I mean the opportunity that Vitality is seeking for definitely will be the 4 minutes mark. It is really crucial to this game. And also they actually flex pick this Zhicha as the bottom laner. So actually Zhicha needs some time to scale up, but they do need to, highlight their top laner, guarantee that Dharma can get control of that teleportation, which allowing them to do a lot of preset for the 4 minutes mark.
And I'm pretty sure that ZhongQ, yes, Jing is one of his favorite picks, but when you play a Jing into a floorborne tank,
And against Zoe,
I feel it's so difficult because there's just so much CC galore landing on towards this Jing pick.
I mean, like, so many things are happening right now in the battlefield, and I assure you guys, the hype is already being there. The debut of AGAL in KWC 2026, and also VIT make comebacks in this journey.
The legendary AGAL coming in all the way from China KPL to this specific region and coming in facing off IPL champion here. I just want to see how well Vitality fends it off. And I like the early game planning here coming from AGAL. Immediate lane rotation. They know for a fact that the early game will be pretty tough. Wow, going dangerously low already in this early trade-off.
The Fury already been triggered out. That's what we said, right? Because Vitality need to guarantee that their top laner has the upper hand. So that's the reason why AGL just do the swap of the lane. They're trying to use the power that they had with this Enor's early, try to shred down the HP on the side of VIT.
Oh, Ron's going in for an early aggressive trade here. Lanfeng does get that fire peak, but laning phase-wise, I think the micro mechanics are still pretty top-notch coming in from Ron.
The early game is pretty much like AG is doing those presets for VIT. They need time to scale up a little bit more, and they are just relying on Enor's early to hold their early game power.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When we talk about AGL specific composition, so much late game here. So Zoe, Tri, and Enor, they have to hold their grounds, make sure that it doesn't go over their way. Topside Bao is just suffering in this specific lane matchup. Every single time you see Bao, he's just getting hit on by Enor and also Tri.
I mean, like, it's really painful for him during the laning, and because the teleportation is on the top side of the map, and they know it is very critical to get control of that teleportation.
And it's a very slow and steady playstyle coming in from both teams. I think
Yeah.
we'll see more of a aggression when the jungle is wide open, when the Tyrant starts spawning in the later 4th minute mark.
And I feel like VIT is just preparing for the 4 minutes mark.
Yeah, and that's the overlord pit that you see here. The voting event, definitely most of the global and also the KPL fans, they are putting a lot of their votes into the pockets of AGL.
And I'm telling you guys, since we are actually in this arena, it's not only the support that we got online, but also offline. There's so many audience sitting down here right now. And a lot of fans actually just flew all the way from their own country here to Paris and showing their support to their favorite team.
That's just lovely, right? Like being able to support your favorite team, your favorite player all the way from a different continent, coming in towards Paris, France, about EWC. That's just a legendary moment for esports.
Yeah, and I mean, like, for those players, they definitely will feel very touched if you see them.
Exactly the case here. Do you think for the side of Vitality, they'll feel stressed because there's so much like fans supporting AGAL on the live stage?
Well, but also, I mean, like, if I am Team Vitality, I would be thrilled to play against the KBL team. I mean, like, definitely it's gonna be a tough game, but I will just check if I've improved throughout the year or not by, like, trying to play up against a team from KBL.
It's like American team, right? For Vitality, yeah, they won Indonesia. They want to advance globally as a competitive region here. So what better way of doing it than to imagine themselves with one of the best teams that's performing since 2024?
Yeah, what can be better to play against them? So as long as we are going into this game and we are very close to the 4 minutes mark, we can see Jenkyu is being a little bit proactive right now, try to cut the wave.
This is a very good game plan coming in for Team Vitality. Immediately cutting this wave, making sure that they have first prior rotation in towards that Tyrant here. And surprisingly, Team Vitality, they're trailing ahead of gold by 300, but it's still pretty impressive.
Yeah, and if we were talking about those improvements, this is kind of like detailed improvement that we can see, even though there's no kill happening right now.
That's correct. Here, 4th minute mark, Tyrant has spawned. First dibs on towards the Tyrant from the side of Team Vitality. AGL is kind of slow, but they do miss out the specific play. Clean pickup here coming in from Team Vitality.
Team Vitality definitely know what kind of power spike they have, right? So they just guarantee that they can have this Tyrant around 4 minutes mark. But the thing is that how they're gonna utilize this Tyrant buff and trying to push forward, because it is gonna be a little bit tough for them since they're doing those double warrior compositions.
That's true, right? They are on a specific timer. If they can't find the big team fights, when Shishra gets the Sparks Fortune Doomsday, or when Bao finds a beautiful flank, you gotta have to wonder, how does Vitality win out these mid-game team fights? Because if you have a double fighter like you mentioned, you can't outscale Hino's Arlene or Shung's Nuwa. So they are on a time bomb. They need to be much more aggressive in the mid-game.
Times ticking on the side of VIT.
That's Zoe going in for an aggressive trade. Does steal away the Wild 4 camps. Zankyo level 9. finding a bit of an aggression in towards the river here, AGAL, they have to back off in towards their own jungle.
The reason why AG is playing like in a more passive way is because they know that they need to scale up a bit more. They need to wait for Fati and also this Nuwa. So they are trying to contest with VIT right now around the riverside.
Oh, bittersweet farewell, casted by Shuai. Yeah, I think they're potentially wanting to play for this Azure Golem, but due to the fact that the rotations coming in from AGAL is pretty on point, they have to respect. Ron is split pushing. You have to fetch that wave. Waves are expensive, you know. 200 gold. You don't want to miss that.
And I do want to put Janq on the spotlight because you can see the goal difference, right? He
Beautiful.
already got like 800 goal lead, which is very good for assassin players.
I think that's what you need, right? We talk about how difficult this Jing will have to play, considering there's so much crowd control coming in from the early, the Diadea, or the floorborne tank. So for him, executing in team fights will be a large challenge here. Gen Myth finds Zoe. Zoe goes in with the knockup. A bit of a damage onto her Zoe. That's a very tanky
Check
floorborne tank.
Janq.
Oh, Zanku, he's in the middle of everyone here. That's why coming in with the 2-2. Finds the CC. Zoe finds a knockup again onto his Zanku. Zanku manages to counter control away, but he doesn't get away. First blood goes over the side of AGAL as they find more. Annihilation doesn't tack on towards the side of F1, but this jungle control immediately relinquished over to the side of AGAL as they find the first blood.
It all happened in 1 second. It was Janq trying to sneak into his opponent's red buff and trying to steal away. I mean, nice try, nice movement. The thing is, with Shuai's help, Shuai just flashed in and got an instant control upon that Jing, buying his teammates more time and do the backstab.
And Langfeng is in the middle of nowhere. You're getting cornered by 5 members of AGL, and he just get taken down. Nice knockup coming in for Honey Sweet Freeze, but that's why coming in with a beautiful heal to set them up with full health.
And I mean, this is really like a typical AG's playstyle. Everything just went so smoothly and peacefully before the 6 minutes mark. I feel like, okay, nothing happened. It's really well balanced. But after one thing that you did, they just start snowballing.
Yeah, it was off of a play on Zanku and the red buff that he failed to steal. And then we talk about how difficult it is. Once you get latched on by the Diet, your skill 2 combo. Zoe comes in, bounces Zanku around. You can't execute Jing combos when you are knocked up.
Exactly. And we know that Zoe is playing this tank, floorborne tank, right? So he is totally acceptable for him to suffer from the goal deficit because he's playing as a tank. The only thing that he know or he need to do is keep his eyes upon Janq's Jing.
I think that's also something that global teams have to worry about is the mastery of heroes across different class. Like for Zoe, he can play the tank, he can play the assassin, the fighters here. That's just what makes it so amazing here. But Zoe, not fear of whatsoever here, poking out F1. Zanku is really low. Can he contest for this Azure Golem here? Wow, he's looking for a flank. He's in a good position here, but due to the HP bars, Azure Golem going on the side of AGL.
I mean, like with the 3,000 goal lead, AGAL is trying to push him forward a bit more, gaining the vision control of the riverside and just force out Ball's flash. And since the Chihuahua Tower is still standing there, it's gonna be fine for VIT. But what about the silence? The minions going in.
Oh, at the very least, they cleared it right in towards the mid lane. But still, in towards the side lane, they get a bit of a trade-off here. But good news for Vitality, at the very least, the most important mid lane tower is still available.
Exactly. And I mean, like, this Tyrant goes over to AG. And you know, this is, are you gonna enjoy the games played by AG? Because it's totally different when you're seeing them play.
Oh, Jamie flashes forward. He gets pushed out. This is the one that's gonna king out first one here, Zoe. Super tanky. That's the problem that you are having on the side team Vitality. If Gemini falls and Lapu is not around, you just don't have enough damage to take down this tanky floorboard.
I mean, like, Gemini just vanished from that one punch.
I think he got like pushed back by the creation blocks coming in from Changshen, and then he got sent up like the broad. Oh wow, wants to find an engaged strike. Nice flash to dodge away from the true mantra here. Bao pays for his aggression with that play itself. 4 kills in favor, 4 side of AGAL. They are dominating the map before the shadow objectives.
We're coming to the 10 minutes mark, but just check the coordination that AGL had and just check the fearless play that Zoe is using, this piloting this floorborne tank, right?
His calculation is so perfect. The way that he's going in for specific plays, he knows for a fact that the redemption, the heal coming in from Shuai will always keep him healthy, so that when he goes in, he knows how much he can tank and knows when he has to retreat.
He knows exactly where his limit is by using this floorborne tank.
Exactly.
10 minutes mark.
10 minutes mark. Shadow, objective spawn. We do see Zankyu onto the top side, looking for a potential trade-off here on the Overlord.
And actually, that is a really smart
Right.
trade that they're gonna make because they are suffering from the gold deficit. By using this dragon trade, actually can buy them more
Very clean.
time.
Very clean stuff coming in from both teams here. Vitality know they can't fight. They go for the aggressive trade-off. At the very least, they get more time to scale into potential wombo combo plays here. AGAL wins the voting, gets the Overlord pit, and towards the bottom side, a very good combination here coming in from the side of AGAL. Gemif goes dangerously low, but Zoe is in the middle of 3 members here. He's not taking any damage.
I mean, like the HP trade, you can't even see like Zoe has been shred down. Like he's always pushing forward and just freshening on the vision for VIT.
I think this also comes into one thing where if we were to watch some KPL games, you will build Mass of Agony, the mass item, on specific mid lanes like Xiao Xiao, so you can actually get the burn damage on tanks like this. But for this specific game, I think Gemnif went for potentially Venomous Staff as his first item.
It's trying to, kind of restrict fatigue. But the thing is that Zoe is definitely on the spotlight for game 1.
He's just doing everything here. Like, he's just tanking Zankyu's damage, forcing Bao's position. Every time Bao wants to find a flank, wants to find a beautiful knockup, he gets spotted out. It's what we call vision clearing before you go for objective plays.
And also awareness about the map control.
Correct.
So they're just easily pushing forward, utilizing the minions in the mid. And it's going to be the solo at the bottom, force out the ulti from Bao. They're doing some skill trades, and it seems like AG is snowballing the game.
It's very clean, classic gameplay. Nothing wasted, all resource farm into specific heroes' pockets. Ino is 003, Sheng is 004, 75% kill participation here, but they're still getting a lot of item power spikes as we pace on in towards this game with a 7,000 goal lead.
4,000 goal lead, that's actually too much for Vitality to eat up right now. And also, they're suffering from all those minions. I would say, like, the only way that they can push it back is relying on Jankyu's team.
F1 finding the flash knockup on towards the back line here, but there's just no follow-up. The damage is just too crazy coming in from the side of AGAL, but they respect it. They have to back off. Meanwhile, that's happening. Ron gets a free tier 3 in towards that bottom side.
I mean, like, Fatih is doing, Shera is just enjoying his time, just doing this push because Zoe took all the responsibility for vision control, for initiation, for those damaged out. So the rest of the team member can just form up in quite a comfortable way.
You could make good sense, right? Because Zoe, he's third in goal, Ron is first in goal, Ino is second in goal, and they're just pumping those items here. Yes, even if they lose a big team fight later on, it's still acceptable because the goal lead is just too damn far away from these two teams.
And not even mention to Shen with this new one, it's kind of guaranteeing their late game, right? So still, again, Vitality, if they want to push back, they need more vision control and they need more initiation.
No, Zoe finding the knockup on towards Bao. Bao finds a beautiful knockup on towards Zoe. The cavalry is not here yet, but 5 members strong coming from AGAL. They want to knock down this top tier 3 high ground here. Yino finds a bit of damage on Genmif. Genmif is dangerously low on that play. Zoe forces the mirror domain coming in from Zankyu, but that's a beautiful annihilation here. And Nino finds the pick off here amongst multiple members from the side of Team Vitality.
AG is definitely not in the rush. They never took any reckless movement. Just check the layer that they used their skills putting onto ball.
And they're not stopping here. They are not going for the shadow objective. They want to end it right here, right now. 5v4 for the next 20 seconds coming in from AGAL. Final tier 3 drop towards the mid lane here. Shuai goes in aggressively. He can go back with the hard lane. Run, hangs forward, finds damage on towards Lanfeng. Lanfeng has to use a fatal arrow. Will be crowd control down. Taken down by Ino as the first victim of this team fight here.
And check, Jankyu is suffering from this Zoe's tank, Flowborn tank. And they're utilizing those minions. It seems like AGAL close out the game, waiting for the minions. Just one last hit. Take down those enemies. First, it's going to be Bao using his last-ditch effort. It's going to be a shutdown, but the crystals also fell apart. So game 1 goes over to AGAL.
Very clean execution coming in from the defending champions of last year's KWC 2025. AGAL, what a perfect game.
I'm like so classic, and it's like so classic AGAL's playstyle. That's why I enjoy this game so much, because before 6 minutes, you don't even think that AGAL is in. are they just getting weaker this year? You kind of have that kind of thought in your mind, but the thing is that it's just their playstyle.
I am thinking when I look at this game and I start understanding like what we have gone through the years, Team Vitality against the KPL teams again and again and again. I started analyzing the data and started analyzing the times. This has been the longest game that they have ever had against a KPL team. So that already tells you that they start to understand exactly how to stay alive. You can only win a game as long as you can still have your crystal in there. You understand how to protect, and they're always just trying to find a way how to go from the side and try to start getting some kills. That is going to be the next step.
And I do want to highlight those small detail movement that Q did, right, from that Jing.
Yes.
Even though it had huge impact on Team Vitality for game one, but still, he's trying to make a lot of things happen, and he's trying to do those sneak in and try to steal away the red buff.
I think the first 6 minutes of the game looked pretty decent for Team Vitality. They were trailing a bit of gold, like let's say 500 to 1,000 against AGAL. But that's the thing, it forces them to do so. Their composition just isn't fit for that mid-game department here. Once that small misplay coming in from the side of ZanQ, he got caught in the red side jungle.
Yeah.
Everything just got snowballed from the side of AGAL into a convincing 14-minute win.
I gotta just continue just telling you how good Team Vitality did right over there.
Right.
Because in the past we've seen this in KPL teams against global teams that they just since minute 1 or 2 they just start just snowballing so quickly. And right now Team Vitality is just learning slowly, but they're learning how to just stay alive a little bit longer.
They're definitely improving, and if they want to continue and do this, for example, for this 6 minutes mark,
This
when
one,
they're
yes.
trying to do this invasion, they need to make sure that it's going to be a promising invasion, or you can't just stand with the impacts that AGAL backslashed.
And then one of the important things in here, right, like AGAL and their decisions, they could actually go and take a lot of other kills, but they decide to take on ZanQ, and then they turn immediately to the bottom to go and try to find the true tag.
It's a chain reaction, right? You lose ZanQ, your most fed member, onto the top side, and then you just open up the map for numbers advantage coming in from the side of AG. And once that snowball starts to roll, your team fighting coming in from Vitality starts to lose its shininess because your composition builds on that one team fight at 10-minute mark. But if you're not allowed for equal grounds, this is what happens.
Exactly, and just take one hero as an example, was like in the mid game, they're too busy to deal with Zoe's Slowborn tank. Like, it's too much for them to deal with, right? The vision control,
Yes.
the skills, the damage dealt, like everything was in control of AGL.
It came to a moment where the Flowboard tank was just standing over there and everyone was hitting him, and the HP bar was not going down. Ladies and gentlemen, our HP bar is going down, so we need to go to a little break to recover a little bit, and then when we come back, we're gonna go to game 2 of this match number 3.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here, now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. We're live from Paris. AGAL already 1-0 advantage on top of Team Vitality. I really want Team Vitality to do good in this game. I'm telling you, they're such a nice people. This April, I had the opportunity to go and watch them in Beijing, China for the Challengers Cup. They were playing against RNGM, and then just when they're on stage, the way that they enjoy the game is something that really, like for all of us as fans and casters and analysts, this is something that we love to see.
Now, before we go into the game two, right, I want to jump on that point.
Go ahead.
I've been to the 2025 KPL Grand Finals and the Birdness, and that was electrifying moment where AG won against Wolves, and it still stuck to me because that was one of the best esports event I went to.
The crowd was there because we were casting that. And that's gonna be the moment for AGAL because after they got the title in KWC 2025, they got two more consecutive championships.
Insane.
And just extended into 7 consecutive championships. Can you imagine that?
Just to put everything in perspective for everyone that is at home just listening to us and watching these games, Team Vitality is facing one of the teams, one of the clubs in honor of Kings that have won the most titles in the history.
Exactly. And I mean, everyone is amazed about their dominance, not only in KPL, but worldwide. But I would say, this year, actually, they suffered a lot. So I'm kind of a little bit worried about their stakes, actually. And also, speak of Ino actually took 1 season off in the spring because he's been playing, over 7 years. So definitely the man needs to get some rest. But after he come back in the Challenger Cup, he just make it to the final again, instantly.
I mean, if you are going to final, it's still an achievement, right? KPL is such a strong region that we talk about here, but coming back in towards the specific draft itself, what do you think?
Well, I would say this time, definitely AG with this pay pick, they are looking for some aggression. This time, they are trying to speed up because they spot that maybe Janky is favorable of doing those invasions early game.
I think if Zanki wants to match the FMVP jungler coming in from KPL and also last year's KWC, potentially you might see a Uku Tachibana, something like a Musashi that is like a direct counter against the pay here. But that's the worrying part. When it comes down to fight, yes, maybe some global teams could put up a good fight in terms of team fight, in terms of skirmishes, but my worrying part is, in terms of rotation, our global teams are still not there yet at the KPL level. Sometimes we're slow in reacting to certain plays, but if we don't pick something that is more fight-centric for the side of Team Vitality, that could be a dangerous side for Vitality.
I totally agree with you. So I would think about some composition that allowing them to have multiple initiations. For example, this Zhangfei pick and also Yukio that you just mentioned, right? Great counter-attack towards this pay. But to me personally, it's more about detail mechanics.
Correct.
Against a pay with this Yukio. But on the side of AG, they're picking out Garuda and also Mozi. Just showing this kind of sense that this time we're gonna pushing forward.
Now let's deep dive into the Garuda and Mozi. I feel that this mid-rotation and 3v3 is really strong from the side of AGAL, but for the early game aggression, that Ukyo will be a strong one in countering the pace aggression. Plus, one more thing that I really like about this specific tournament patch is the combination of the Lorian plus Zhangfei. You get a Zhangfei ulti, immediately the ball comes through, lays you up, that's almost a 5 to 6 seconds crowd control stun.
And speak of that, actually, I thought that they might try to empower their early game on the side of VIT, which Byron would be a nice choice, but actually they just banned away from themselves. So I'm wondering what kind of top laners they're going for, because just like you mentioned, they can actually do good in early games.
Yeah, and there's a lot of top laners that's being banned off, like farm lanes, top lanes. I think it's like a double ban coming in towards the side of AG because you don't get to play all of them.
Yeah.
Do you think we get a VIT farm lane coming in from the side of AGAL? Because I see these picks, we might be getting one.
Well, it's possible. It's possible. I mean, definitely he had such an abundant deep hero pool. But this time, if they go for a Baichi pick, it will make them to be a little bit slow in the game, I guess, because you can see Garuda and Mods lack of controllability. The only thing that they can do is those poking damage. So I'm looking for some frontliners, tank frontliners on the top.
On the top lane for a tank. We do have Baichi and Ata that are extremely valuable in the global patch. Fatih has been used, which is a common counter into the Charlotte here. Still trying to fix up my mind what picks are still available for the side of Ron or the side of Yidor.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be Baichi.
It's actually the Baichi Public.
You're asking for it, and here we go.
I was scratching my head It's like, yeah, that Shogun is bad.
Frontliner, AG, Ino, Baichi, it is.
He's showing off all his cards, you know. He's known for his Arlie in the KPL, and he's also known for his Baichi Marlin, and he's just bringing it into the global scene.
And Juno is still they are flexing in it, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
Baichi can be played by Ran possibly or Devara by Ran. We don't know yet. It
Correct.
just depends on them. But the thing is that actually got a nickname, about like a human Baichi because no matter what kind of hero you play, like
People
everyone's
get targeted.
targeting on it. Yeah, exactly.
I saw that meme before back online. Is that whatever he plays, whatever it is, there will be 4 people jumping on towards it.
Yeah.
And this is a specific matchup that I'm talking about here. We might see either Lanfeng or Bao flex that Umbrosa and also the Charlotte. I think recently we've been getting a lot more double fighter compositions with Devara in the mix.
Yeah.
And now coming in towards the specific matchup itself, even Vitality, removing the farm laners, it's like, okay guys, all the farm laners are bad. Let's just whip out double fighters.
But the thing is that, yeah, we are okay about like flexing the Chicha or Devara, but Umbrosa, I'm not that sure about Umbrosa flexing into a farm lane actually.
Well, if you are flexing it towards the farm lane, but you're fighting another fighter, is this still farm lane?
But it's just like really interesting to see like a drop like this, because it's kind of showing out that this time we will see a lot of big team fights happen in game 2.
I feel so as well. Usually when we play like double fighters, it's more important when we see the 6 to 8 minute mark. That's where double fighters starts coming online for both of these teams. And to your question, where is Bao gonna go? Where is Lanfeng gonna go? We see the Charlotte going up against the Devara, and we see the Umbrosa going up against Zeno on that Baichi.
And we also see some comments right now down there because they are supporting for AG, supporting for Ino, and Ino is picking out this Baichi. So we're gonna see a Baichi play against Charlotte at bottom.
Oh, what a rare occurrence here. And Zankyu,
And
very
Zankyu.
sneaky. He's already going for the Crimson Invade, and I think for Side AG, they spotted already. They give up the mid priority here, so it's gonna be a Crimson tree coming in for both junglers.
You can see like the tempo is accelerating compared to game 1.
Yeah, I think like game 1, it was a bit of like a back and forth coming from both teams. Are they diving the top side right now?
They're trying to do the tower dive. Flash out, and everyone is aiming at this time for 1 versus 4. That's too much for him. Shen got the first bound and even got it in. Take F1 down. It's gonna be a 2-0, and we haven't even reaching to the 2 minutes mark.
You were talking about like accelerating the game, and there you have it here. You pick the pay, you pick the monster, 2 of the most aggressive pickoffs here coming in for this draft, and they make it work flawlessly. And it was planned from start to finish. Ron gets the push, stacks the minion waves, bring up the mid priority that you want into jungle invasion, and then you come in with 4 players here. First cannon blast forces Lanfeng to flash away, and Lanfeng coming in with splash gradation here, wants to run. By the time the F1 is here, gets caught by Stride's flash knockup into death.
I mean, like, the coordination is definitely out there. And also, because of the Charlotte pick at the farm lane, you can see, like, he suffered a little bit because VIT actually just swapped the lane, right? Umbrosa is at the bottom, and that's what we're talking about. Charlotte play against the Vara, actually, well, like, facing deficit in the laning.
Yeah, because Charlotte, yes, you're really strong in the mid to late game with those resets, with those spells fresh, and then those passive attacks. But if you can't get out laning phase, you can't achieve that.
But it's very interesting to see game in this way that we talk about AG's classic playstyle is kind of like operating, microwaving, but this time AG is showing their diversity about how they're gonna use their composition.
It's
like
not-
totally like
yeah.
extreme way going into
It's not only just about draft, right? It's like, oh, this is the classic one. Pay is like half a marksman, then you have the Vara, half a marksman too. Then it's like, okay guys, you need a tank, copy. I play that tank really well. And even if they play these sort of specific matchups here, the way that they do it is very, very interesting. You have the strong side, top side, and Eno takes on the defensive side towards the bottom lane here. So it doesn't go into this balance where you need both sides, but you know what, going in for a flash engage onto a side of Bao into the thing inside the box. Beautiful disengage coming from F1, but Bao goes dangerously low. Gets picked off by Shung in that exchange. The nice knockup coming in from Jet Fifth sets up the big play for Zankyu. Zankyu finds the trade-off here, but can Zankyu run away? He has mobility here. It's a good trade-off coming in for both teams as it's a 1-for-1.
Everyone just put all their effort into the chaos skirmishes happening at the bottom. You can see like those control abilities that they landed upon it, and also Zankyu used this Yukio. Yukio can be so powerful in the early game. You can just check out his versatile damage, right? It's totally sufficient.
That's why it's a good counter in towards the Pei, right? Where Pei wants to jump in towards you with the Tiger form, and then Zankyu is like, okay, jump in towards me, let me drop the stun, and let me get that ultimate to really get it going.
And we are fighting till 4 minutes mark, which is really rare to see when these two teams play against each other.
And Ron already forcing out the flash coming in from Lanfeng. That's going to be a very important timer going into that 4th minute mark here. So far, more of the control is being relinquished over to the side of AG to prepare for this objective.
And speaking of the preparation, they actually forced out the flash and also the HP on the side of VIT, on the side of Lanfeng. So they got numbers advantage. AG is preparing for the Tyrant, they're testing it, but GenQ just secured the Tyrant.
I think it makes sense. You don't want to fight so early on for the side of AG. You need the item power spikes first, especially on the side of the Vara, the Pei on for Zoe. Then, at 8 minute mark, is where both teams start to shine as a whole. Wings of Judgment tagging on towards the bottom lane. Genmid finds a good engage into the Unbridled Outburst, but where's the follow-up coming in from the team? It's still really far away for Zankyu to actually follow that up.
Yes, the distance is a little bit longer, and upside of the map, the solo is still going on.
Ron is having a fantastic time. He knows for a fact that no one can catch him. It's like, oh, you guys like to play bottom side? Lanfeng, take this punch.
And also, there's a waning lane between this Devara and Charlotte, so definitely Ran is doing it on himself, trying to build up a really nice top side of the map for AG.
And Nora, ever since coming into the group stage, there seem to be more and more Devaras skyrocketing in pick rates and skyrocketing in win rates in these last 2 days.
Yes, because Devara with the long attacking range can do very good during the laning upon a lot of top laners.
I think so as well, right? They could flex it towards the farm lane, the clash lane, and it's like a late game carry insurance that gives your team that's also tanky and does a lot of damage.
But speak of the late game, actually this time I would say the late game is pretty even up to both composition, and also like the mid game will go more wild in game 2.
I fully agree. When you have double fighters, that 8 to 10 minute mark, when all those item power spike stuff's coming in for both of these teams, it's going to be looking really, really good. Both teams are positioning themselves over to this Crimson Golem. Zoe gets tagged on, has to pounce away. This Crimson Golem will be an interesting one. Baichi jumps in, but F1 counter-engaging with the Unbridled Outburst here. Zankyu gets caught by the stun. This Crimson Golem, who does it go over to? Vitality wins this 4v4 exchange.
Zankyu is just dancing around with this red buff. He's just playing in such a deft way.
Topside once again.
Suffering.
What happened to Lanfeng's HP for him? He lost a tower, and he's about to lose another one right now.
I mean, it's really painful for Lanfeng to play so, on the top side of the map. And right now, with Zoe's help, they're trying to make the power dive a possible movement.
Oh, Zoe managed to escape, but the top side is gonna be an issue here. No one has been disturbing Ron's farming tempo, and when Ron starts picking up the Crimson Golem in the next few minutes here, it's gonna be a big headache for Vitality to actually figure it out.
And just check the goal difference, right? Zoe got like 1,000 goal lead against GenQ. I mean, like, Yukio is doing great about those invasions, but at the same time, Zoe is farming up fussy.
And Zoe is not going to be very easily to be taken down. You have the Frostguard Embrace coming in from this little Tiger Pig, and if he gets even bursted down, that 300 armor fully sufficient for this Tiger Pig.
And also, we can see a lot of 4-4 team fight happening at the bottom side of the map, but I'm a little bit worried about the top, because actually VIT suffered a lot on the top side of the map.
I mean, Lanfeng just didn't get any help. He's 0-2. We find an Unbridled Outburst on the side of Zoe here. Zoe managed to limp away towards safety here, but Zankyu dangerously low. He's finding Zoe. Zoe is going down. It's a 1-for-1 trade between the jungles coming in from both teams. Devara coming in from Ron is landing on towards the backline here. Genmid with a beautiful CC removal gets out towards safety, but still gets caught by Ron. Ron is not finished yet. He's still punching. He's still going. Meanwhile, try 1v1 against Bao. Bao still has the Undying, has the profit to trade, but it's not looking good so far for Team Vitality as they're losing too much. Wings of Judgment snipes down Bao, and Bao gets taken down. Make it 4 more as F1. It will be the last sacrifice coming in from Vitality.
And end up with the double kill goes over to AG, and definitely they want the upper hand from this skirmish. You can see like AG just fights fearlessly, and I do like the way how GenQ find a nice spot getting in and make that 1-1 trade directly targeting on Zoe. That was really beautiful.
Now, if game 1 was about AGAL respecting the map, playing towards power spikes, game 2 is about, you want to fight? Let's fight.
Yes, and speak of the fight, because of after this 1-1 trade, right, both junglers are down, and it's gonna be the stage setting for Ran. This Devara just coming in.
Problem coming, Vara coming in from Ron.
I'm talking about only one person.
Players' discipline, players' map experience on how they like to move, how they like to do certain plays. It's not about the picks, it's about the muscle memory in their mind.
And also their trust.
Correct. What minute you need to do what? But hang on that moment real quick here. We do see Ron and Gio are going in all the way towards the back line. They want to finish game right here, right now. F1 needs to stampede away, has to use the stun. Still a 1-4-0 trade, but nice flash penetration in towards the back line from Lanfo, but there's just no follow-up. Ron is still punching. That nice cannon blast does land on towards the foul. But 10-minute mark is here. Does AG back off for the shadow objectives?
I mean, like, I do like way how Ino using this Baishi is initiating, right? As long as he got the flash and also his ulti, he just playing around and getting in. But Vitality, actually, they're fighting back in quite a nice way.
That's the human bites here, right?
I feel like Lanfone is, like, he suffered a lot and he's trying to put all his efforts, trying to get revenge on it. That flash with the ulti was quite decent.
It was good, but the goal lead is just too darn far away coming in from Vitality and AGAL. If it was a 50-50, maybe that could have been Vitality's moment here. But due to the large goal lead that's being held on by AGAL, those team fights, they are not miracles. Those are just opportunities.
Not even mention to the Dark Tyrant goes over to AGAL. So I feel like it's gonna be the time for AG to slow down a bit more. They will just let Shen and Ino to be at the front line and trying to shred down the HP bar as much as they can. Just check the ulti right, really decent, and try to find out Jankyu sneaking at the back, trying to find that Shen because he know that with that 401 KDA and that kind of goat lead, Shen can just easily shred down all those HP for his teammate.
He needs to find some pickoff, right? If he can find a pickoff, maybe he can push the game further, get that Shadow Overlord, extend the game. But for the side of AGL, they are not allowing a nice ultimate flash coming in from the side of Ino on towards Zankyu. Zankyu first to fall. Ron unmarked, untouched, utilizing the Millennium Echo and towards the most members here, taking them down one after another, and F1. He's gone, and with that final play, 0-5, only Shung falls. This will be a clean, easy win for AGAL, a dominating one in this game number 2.
Triple goes over to Ran. It's gonna be the end of the game, of the matchup. It's gonna be a clean victory. Goes over to AGAL.
It's a statement match for their debut coming in for side of AGAL. They showcase they can play the traditional farm lane marksman style with Ino's early, and then they bring over a different style. Ino goes back in towards the Bai Chi that he has so much experience with. Play the weak side, allow Ron to carry, and in the end, Ron showed up with that Devara, just punching every single member towards that game.
And the story keeps writing it again and again and again. AGAL are going to win 2-0 on top of Team Vitality, moving to this afternoon's upper bracket final.
I mean, like, yeah, it's 8-2-0, right? Only 2 games has been played, but so much thing that we've seen from these 2 games. We see the experience from the team, we see the history, and also we see the capable enough, the capacity of all 5 members, all 5 players.
I think that one of the beautiful things in here is just how different people can just carry the team at different moments. Everyone is just looking at the junglers and everything. If you look at Shun with the Garuda, just to be able to have the reach, the poke, he actually ends up with a very beautiful KDA. And not only that, he was the key damage dealer in all of these fights before Ran just popped off at the end.
And talking the draft, you need to have an early game plan in mind. They cleared up mid with the side of Zoe on that play. They convert it into jungle invasion. Then that's where Devara pushing the wave. They go for that dive. And ever since that, the Charlotte coming in from Lampong, he's just suffering.
He suffered a lot during the laning, and
Poor
also,
Lampong, like he was just on his own the whole day. And he's just taking this 1v1 against Ran, and then Ran is just bullying him again and again and again, like almost sending him back home.
exactly, and it's kind of just restricted the invasion that Vitality did at the bottom, right? Because you need to take care of your top lane. So that's a problem. And also, like in this game, we can see it was a 14 versus 3 of the kills. AG this time, actually, they're playing in a more aggressive way.
Of course, like at the beginning of the game, like the invasion immediately just told you that they were not going to push the game to the 15-minute, almost like the same as the game 1. Like this time, they just wanted just to finish everything extremely early.
Yeah, the game plan is what makes it so important. If you have a game plan like that, it's not like, okay guys, we're gonna do this when we are in the game. The coaches are like, okay guys, this is the picks, this is the game plan. The bar is gonna do this to shove in the wave, and then when everybody comes towards the top side, we make it work. So these are pre-planned, not only from the draft, but also experience from these players.
I totally agree with you. And that's something I really like about this matchup. Even though it closed out with a 2-0, but we see all those experience pull out by AJL, and
From
also
there,
we see
look at
the
that.
improvements down by VIT.
I mean, VIT did some pretty good plays coming in for the specific early game where Zankyu stole with the Crimson Golem, but just due to the fact that the mid 2v2 matchup coming in for Sheng and Shuai, they can outpush them. That's why every single play they can move faster compared to Gen Mid and also F1.
And actually, they did really good job. You know, like triple knock up at the bottom. This time, actually, the team fight that we just saw was VIT won the upper hand. But after this 1-1 trade, you can see like the Bara run is just putting on the spotlight.
No one can mark him, right? There's
Yeah.
no
Not at all.
consistent DPS coming in for the side of Vitality's draft. When Ram pops the Brandy, when Ram pops the ultimate, it's just free damage galore towards the backline.
And when you think about the compositions right over here, okay, yeah, let's go with both warriors, right? But then AG has the pay, and the pay can just destroy turrets. So that already gives them an advantage. Who's supposed to be taking down the turrets for Team Vitality?
Good point. That's
Good point.
really good point. And also, I do admire the accuracy that Eno has using his ulti and just drag Gen back for the last team fight.
I think the ultimate flash has been really consistent coming in from Eno. Yes, you're a buy team. You don't have carry probabilities, but the way that you set up team fights coming in for this TAM pick is exactly what AG needs in this specific hero lineup.
All right. What about if we go and hear it from Ino? Mara has Ino over there on stage. Let's go and hear exactly what Ino wants to share to us in this KWC 2026.
Here with the legend, Inwo, congratulations. Masterful performance as expected. But you know, there is a challenge happening right now with an incredible reward. If any of the team beats a KPL team, they will get 100,000 USD. Now, in terms of percentages, how possible do you think that the other teams can claim this?
因为首先恭喜你们在这一场当中获胜，你们的发挥也非常非常亮眼。你知道现在在比赛当中有这么一个大挑战吧，就是说如果有任何一支战队能打败一个 KPL 的战队的话，他们能立马获得一个10万美元的奖金。那你觉得这件事情能发生的概率会是多少呢？
我感觉这个概率应该不会为0吧，因为今年跟很多国际队伍都交手过，跟他们打过训练，他们跟去年相比真的强了很多。我们还是会有机会输的。
I'll say that the chance is definitely not going to be 0% because I've been practicing and playing against a lot of the other teams, a lot of international teams in scrims, and I have to say that overall they definitely feel a lot stronger compared to last year. So there's some potential over there, and we got to be careful.
What about in a single game? They can get 10,000 USD if they beat you in one game. Do you think the percentages would be more than 50% for that?
如果算单场游戏的话，如果一个国际战队能拿下哪怕单独一场的话，他们也能获得一个1万美元的一个奖金。你觉得这个事情的概率会多少呢？能不能超过50%呢？
我觉得应该会超过50%啊。到8强赛之后，我觉得这个概率会变大。
Yes, I do think they might be higher than 50%, especially once we get into the playoffs where it's top 8 teams. I think the level of competition there will be definitely much higher.
That is such great respect that you're giving the other teams. Now, your fellow KPL team, KSG, broke the record earlier and set the fastest time at 6 minutes and 49 seconds. If there's any record that AJL would like to break, what would that be?
看得出你们也很尊重你们的对手。在今天前面一场呢 ，KSG 战队他们创下了本届比赛当中最快的获胜时间，在6分钟49秒就碾压了对面。那你个人觉得你们战队能在比赛当中创下什么样的新纪录呢？
我们之前在国内联赛已经创造了一个无人能及的记录，希望他们能突破我们吧。是无人能及。
这个概念，能不能解释一下呢？
就是还没有人超越过我们这个金。
Well, we have set a record in the KPL previously that no one can possibly overcome us. So I think we'll be setting that here as well.
Job well done once again. Congratulations, Ino. And let's see what the casters have to say about that. Casters, lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Inwo. Just showing exactly how professionals take their jobs. They come in, they prepare. It doesn't matter how many years, how many games you have already won. The chances of someone being better than you are never zero. And we appreciate Inwo with those words, just setting up the stage for what the KWC 2026 actually is. Let's go for a break, and when we come back, it's going to be match 4 of this group stage.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026 live from Paris, France. Right now, we're gonna move into our match 4 of today. It's gonna be MIBR. Los Grandes are gonna be playing against Blacklist International. Pollard, Lamb, what can we expect of this matchup?
I think we can expect a very explosive game, if anything, right? I think MIBR LOS as the #1 seed coming out of Chalk BR. A lot of expectations, right? You're the top dog in this one.
Oh, yeah.
On the other side, we're talking about Blacklist International. They too want to make some surprises. They've stepped up in the EWC thus far.
Absolutely. I mean, they've already got an achievement for themselves. They finally beat the Nongshin Red Force. Sorry. They've managed to do it. It's taken them a very long time, but it means it mattered the most. They did it when it mattered the most. They get into the group stage of KWC.
But then we have them right now playing against the Chalk BR champions, man. What are some similarities that they have in terms of game style?
Yeah, and I feel like Blacklist is kind of taking it to another level. There were definitely some questions, but then they were able to be aggressive, and then they fit to their play style, and it's kind of riding on Chammy One's play. There was a little bit of an interview, and they were saying, hey, Chammy One, you're making all of these plays. Why are you not rubbing it in? Why are you not celebrating and just like trash talking the other ones? And he was just like, actually, it's because we're all kind of family.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I'm very sad for all my teammates. I want to make sure that we win, but unfortunately, that's not always the case where we can all just like be that #1 guy.
Exactly that. Like, obviously, at the end of the day, we see obviously only the conflict that happens onto the gorge, but on that, everybody is literally so tight knit. They basically talk to each other, they scrim with each other, they spend a lot of time with each other. So I feel like those relationships and those bonds that these players share, it's hard to sever that and separate that when you're on the gorge.
Yeah, we're all brothers at the end of the day, right? It's all about the Honor of Kingdoms, Honor of Kings, excuse me, and it's all about just like family, right? And I think that even with the team itself, like they play like a family, but also as opponents, we're also looking at them as just, hey, we're just playing a game here.
All right, so they have like very similar experiences, right? Like they are from the global stage. They need to try to fight every single week. Like, what has been the reasons that they made it over here? What can we really look at MIBR loss or to Blacklist and say like, okay, we need to really spotlight this about their game style?
I think it's just basically down to obviously, well, we haven't really seen much of Los Grandes so far within KWC, right? But I mean, the way that they got here is they beat Influence Rage by 4-1 in the fall, right? So that's a very stark score to have within a BO7. So you literally give your opponent one game, that's it. That's a scary metric for Blacklist to be looking at.
Yeah, and I know that Vento right over there was a player that really just stood up in that final and had such an amazing performance.
Yeah, and actually, if we're going back to just like the roots of this team, they were previously known as Loops as of last year. They formed up as LOS just going into this one. But this is a squad that's been sticking together. They've had quite some time. You talked about Vento there,
Yes,
Isaac,
sir.
there. But Vento has been the longest standing in terms of this team and why he's got so many MVPs.
3 times Chalk BR champion, joined as a professional in 2023. 1 KIC and 1 KWC, but he has never been able to move out of the group stage. Is this year going to be different, Black?
I mean, this is the thing that I've noticed in KWC, right? Like, once they get to the international stage, it's really weird, the dynamic from Chuck BR. The first seed always does worse than the second seed, which is a really, like, weird myth, but I really hope for the side of, obviously, Los Fernandez, they're able to break this and even meet or potentially beat Influence Rage into the playoffs.
I'm wondering if it's more because it's the Danny effect. I mean, he's usually that second place team. I think that even in this one where LOS has gotten the better of him, I think that this is also a situation where they're like, hey, maybe the international stage is a little bit nerve-wracking. The nerves are definitely there.
But then Blacklist International, they started really weak at the beginning in the play-ins, right? Like, I would say that their first performance was actually really slow. But then after that, they started picking up. They really started picking up. The way that they played in the last match makes me feel like they might be able to make it out of group stage.
I think that that's going to be the momentum that we've been talking about, right? I think that there were questions, and at the same time, they're like, actually, we've got all the answers for this one. We just need to play within ourselves, and when they do, they are really top level.
They are top level, and they've already beaten, obviously, past KWC experience and their journey so far, right? Obviously, Blacklist International finally actually getting a series win for themselves, and even in from the play-ins into the group stage. So they've already kind of like beat their last year's selves, but now they're going to kind of aim for further. You can't just be like, right, okay, I'm done, I'm tapped out. We've won, right? We won ourselves. We need to go further.
Of course. So I'm kind of thinking that, like, hey, they've exercised the demons that is Nongshin Red Force.
Yes.
I mean, that who's always gatekeeping them.
Oh, yeah.
But now they need to continue on. I think that the door is wide open for this team to make a potential run here.
Well, like they have had so many different things that they have shown us in these already 4 days of the KWC, right? Like when we think about the heroes that they can actually play in here against MIBR.loss, do you think that they have an advantage since they've already shown to us some of those hero picks in the group stage.
I mean, I think that both teams are at a bit of an advantage, right? Obviously, Los Hernandez is able to actually be seen and know what Blacklist is like, whereas Blacklist have had their moments within Paris so far, a little bit more to adapt to local kind of time, anything like that, get back onto the sleep schedule, and they've been playing as well. So they're warmed up, they're fired up, and they're going to be bringing everything they've learned in their relative group in playing stage to this moment.
Yeah, and I think they've kind of ironed out some of those kinks, some of those issues that they've had, and they've had some losses that were a little bit in terms of their own mistakes here. But this is also a time when you can kind of see, like, hey, maybe the reps really helped us, as opposed to kind of just standing and watching and being a little rusty in this game one.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, I feel like it's probably a good thing for Blacklist not to keep swapping out the subs, right? You want to make sure you build in that synergy and only really playing the sub when you really need to. If it's like a niche reason why they bring in Ismora, is it because of a pick that potentially Golden Kite isn't quite as useful on or as good on, sort of thing. So I feel like they need to be subbing in the correct situation.
Yes, for sure. And for that situation, as we're going to go into the draft soon, I think that, Isaac had brought up the point that we were, they showed their picks in terms of the draft. But, we're talking just best of threes.
Yeah.
This is nothing at the end of the day. This is just the surface. Yeah. And then to survive this stage and to get into the playoffs where there's best of sevens, you got to have really deep hero pools. I think that this team is not going to worry about, again, just showing some of those heroes.
Yeah, as soon as like the inception of Blacklist into the international stage, right, they seem to thrive further in the higher formats, right? Best of fives, best of sevens, thanks to Code TG, right? The mastermind behind Blacklist International. So best of three should be a doozy for them, but it always seems to be a little bit of a blunder, right? There's so many choices you can have in such a small amount of games. It kind of gives you that illusion of choice, right? You're like, what do I go for? But I feel like going for the tanks down to the bottom side of the map is something that a lot of these teams are comfortably going for, and it's something that really kind of helps you get a little bit further into the game state.
Right. And these best of threes are what kind of throw a spanner in the works, right? Because it could be, there's so many different heroes available. Yes, we have global ban picks, so it's a little bit more strategic in that sense, where you're not spamming the same cheesy strategy. But I do feel like, again, anything could happen. You might have that pocket strat that's just ready and available, and I do think it's important, especially in a best of three here.
It's very important. It looks like Los Hernandez are looking to go for completely counter to my argument there. They're going to go for the Diadea, just like we saw for VP in their first game. They're going to go for the Ali. Obviously, great counter against Ayin in lane here. Motsu as well is also a very good setup call as well. Or the side of Blacklist International. You know that Chaz is going to be kind of like, right, guys, we need to kind of like lead the charge here. The cannon blasts need to be connecting. And it's actually a good pre-pick before the Orgrin even came out.
Yeah, the Zachao for me is just a counter to the Arlie. Like, you know where that Parasol is going to be, so if they want to light step away, you can just kind of stack up that Honey Sweet Breeze. Plus, you have the moats, right? You already talked about the Cannon Blast. Very smart in terms of just being able to isolate. There's not too much in terms of coverage. Plus, when the Diadea is on top, it's like it's 2 for 1. I'll take that sale any day of the week.
Yeah, there was a point in time where obviously we really kind of like only liked seeing Chaz on those tank supports, right? But then there was, I think it was KIC 2025, where we started to see some really like outplays here on the Motsu. So I feel like this is Blacklist going to be like, okay, we kind of messed around a little bit in the playing stage. We're looking to actually go for the lethal blow, right? They don't want to be riding, again, the lower bracket, because if you're in the lower bracket so many times, the effect it would have on your mental here is like, okay, we're always coming back down. We need to ride back up. They really want to be riding that high wave in the top side of the bracket.
Yes, that would be best case scenario. Takes away a lot of the pressure. It's one of those things where you actually play less games. If you were able to win this one, you avoid that potential 3-4 game, and you're able to kind of skip at least one team, right? Which is like best case scenario. Playing less, you show less, and also less stress. There's a lot of good things out of just winning here.
Exactly. Sometimes less is more within that case, right? But if you're looking at obviously Los Hernandez draft here so far, they have a lot of late game scaling, right? Obviously they got the Orgrin here as well as the Charlotte. So really for Blacklist International, we're looking at, we need either a little bit more late game, or we need something that's going to dictate the tempo in their favor in the early to mid. But the fact that the Pei and the Agudo and the Yu-Gi-Oh has been taken away, in terms of jungle, it feels like the only route that could potentially go here is, again, late game.
Yeah.
A monkey.
Yeah.
protecting, I mean, you got to protect the Ogren here, right? All of those picks were just like, hey, limiting Justy as much as possible. It's kind of hard because Blacklist International, they have, I would say, 3 main stars at any moment. I mean, you're seeing Golden Kite, who's really stepped up since that initial sub. Then you're talking about Justy and, of course, Chammy1, always looking there to just set the tone of this game.
Yeah, Chammy1's always one to watch out for. For those, obviously, new to join in or even just kind of like glazing over the Honor of Kings experience here within EWC. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of new people on their channels checking this out as well. Chammy1 is definitely a player to be keeping your eyes on here. He gets a lot of props from a lot of his peers as well.
Yeah, it's just because he has so, like, the plays that he makes are just so clutch. And the timing that it happens, they can literally win games based on his play. And it's not easy to do as a Clash later because you're setting it up, but you're also, you know, everybody's there on the same page with you getting those kills.
Yeah, you almost feel isolated, right? You're in the top side of the map, you've been forgotten about, you've basically been baby put in the corner. Just making sure the plug sockets are covered though, so you're not actually doing any harm to yourself. You're just trying to make that 1v1 matchup go into your favor, and then you can influence the rest of the gorge, right? Like you said, try and find those flanks. When he's playing a hero like the Vati here, you know he's going to be trying to dive on top of that Ali.
Yeah, so this is a really nice pick in terms of the Vati, the last pick. The Menki, very tanky. He's going to be obviously soaking a lot of damage, but you need more damage. The Loom was the only one, and adding this, the Vati there, you can rely on old Chammy1 to ensure that he's got that farm to be essentially a carry late game.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they got Angela into the mid lane, right? Obviously, Xiao Qiao, she's going to be able to get a lot of poke damage in the early game as well. That's going to only naturally scale into the late game. So you are right, and obviously pointing out Golden Kite there being the mage denominator in terms of damage. Yeah. But it's all going to be coming down to how tanky they can get this monkey, right? Obviously, early game, you generally go for a bit of attack speed boost just to make you clear a little bit faster into the jungle. But after that point, you need to be really prioritizing those kind of like tankier items, like obviously your plate mail and stuff like that.
Yeah, and going into this draft where, again, game 1 is so key in a best of 3, right? Winning that tempo dictates, like, everything in terms of how the series will go out. Put a lot of pressure on, of course, the opposing teams. So I would say going in, if we're talking about the drafts alone, they're coming out firing. And I think that both sides have really got the comfort picks, if you will.
Yeah, both side lanes are looking very strong matchups here. Obviously, 1-1. Obviously, Charlotte has a little bit more harder time in the level 1 game state here against the party, because obviously no dashes away, stuff like that. And then bot side of the map, obviously, Flaming Palms isn't always going to be your favorite friend, because obviously you can cancel that out here with Vento's Ali. But game state into the mid lane here, they're just looking to try and feed as much gold as possible into the Ali pick to get it online a little bit faster.
Yeah, and while Vento is definitely the win condition, gets a ton of MVPs on MIBR LOS's left side, but ABH is, again, when you have an Ogren, he is definitely the guy. He's going to get you to that mid game.
You can only hope so, right? But I feel like there has been Ogren performances within this one where it's kind of just like, it's shied away from its true potential. Like, you aren't able to kind of soak in and do the damage because you're going in a bit too early. You're kind of taking out too much more than you can chew before your moment comes into the gorge. But into the backline here, it's going to be Chammy with a pick off of the Vento already. This is already a scrappy game for the side of Blacklist International.
The Dragon completely set that one up. Nice two-man Honey Sweet Breeze. You were not going anywhere. And once they were locked in, you knew that things were going to be rough. Terrible start for Vento as well as MIBR LOS, as Blacklist International just got the better of them now.
They did get really good better of them as well, right? But I mean, it just goes back to the point we was talking about before you get to level 4 with the Charlotte, right?
Right.
It becomes very hard to kind of keep yourself alive in that 1v1. When you've got a 3v1 taking place top side of the map, it's even more difficult.
Yeah, and also another piece is that, you know, MIBR LOS, they kind of revolve around freaks as well to kind of create some sort of space, and then that's kind of why they were kind of putting that, you know, pressure in that top lane so that they, you know, limit freaks as much as possible. Once Chammy1 gets going with a snowball, it's going to be very scary.
Yeah, you don't want that to be taking place right now. Obviously, the kill did go over to the side of a Dragon, so obviously scaling onto the mid lane is going to be something that's scary, but a loss of the support in this early game is not too bad. The Dream Roam is coming in. It did connect. We lost signal for a moment there, but it is going to be the Blazing Brilliance. The drive just G away. Gets the takedown is ABH.
Yeah, and both of these squads are like, hey, I'm here to brawl. I want to scrap as much as possible. There are kills going left and right, and the return attempt by Chammy1 adjusting from the top lane back into that river. They salvaged a little bit on this one, but I mean, getting 2 for 2, I think that both guys are going to be somewhat happy. I mean, considering only what? Chaz had died early.
Yeah, only get the takedown onto Chaz, but then obviously we did obviously see Just G get shut down as well, which is really going to put a little bit of a blunder into the tempo of Blacklist. But if you look at the gold graph, that blunder is literally
not even equalize, right? Like they're still ahead in the gold.
Yeah, and this is why Blacklist International with those games. I mean, on the stage, they're very familiar playing on that multiple times in the play-ins, and to now have to continue on. You're seeing just the amount of comfort that they have as they again extracted a lot of the XP and farm in their own jungle right now.
Yes, I feel like obviously Los Granades has to go back to their own jungle at this point in the game. Obviously, they find out that for themselves in the hardest way possible, but these early game scraps are not going into their favor. They are down by 1 kill. They are able to get these slow pickups, but unfortunately, Blacklist International are just having that extra little bit of a peak.
Yeah, and this 1.3k net worth lead, I mean, going into the 4-mid turret, that's like a slight edge where you're just going to do a little bit more damage. So MIBR LOS, maybe they get some sort of steal as they're looking to kind of fortify at least the area around.
Ooh, I mean, good heart link there away for Manuel Fraser, right? Like, he almost overextended and paid with his life. That would have been, again, a huge blunder for them because they would have lost the Destiny counter as this Tyrant now gets spawned upon the Gorge here as well. We are seeing Monkey being locked into place. Just G takes too much damage for my liking here, but he's able to get that shield back up. He's back in that passive just in order to make sure he's in fit fighting shape for the Tyrant.
Yeah, Golden Kite shows up and they had a numbers advantage, 4-3, and MIBR LOS were just like, wait, we can't do this. Nobody invited him to the party.
Again, once again, we're just seeing that overcommitment from Manuel Fraser, right? But I feel like he's doing what a lot of teams have been doing in KWC. He's just trying to buy time for them to see a follow-up happen. But so far, there's a bit of a disconnection seen for the side of Los Granades. But there is a little bit of connection happening right now into the bot side. The takedown onto Golden Kite is definitely not one to the side of Blacklist International that they want to be taking here. But ABH maybe falling a little bit too much burst damage from Chami on the bot.
Yeah, and it started from like minute 2 when Vento and Golden Kite were trading blows. Vento was kind of coming out slightly ahead in terms of the XP, and then once he was stuck in MIBR LOS, they actually flanked to the bottom. He had nowhere to go, couldn't get on his dragon, and Golden Kite going down there, a bit of a disaster for him.
Yeah, very good macro play there. They're just going to go back to their jungle, procure all the very important buffs, get their points away as well. Because what we saw from like previous series today so far is there's a difference between teams that like to just kind of like, they wait for the invitation to go into the enemy jungle, and then there's other teams that just take complete domination. They go for the early points, they go for the spike tail, they go for the fire beak without your permission, and that's where we start to see early games pretty much a loss already. But we are seeing 4 men on the top side of the map. Freaks ABH as well. Just G on the wrong end of this one, but he's just looking to try and hold on to the back line here, trying to make sure Angela's not having free reign. There it is. Manuel Fraser falls down. They're going to trade Dragon as well, but it's a thing inside the box that lands them in an uncomfortable position here for Los Granades.
Yeah, I mean, Joshi actually had the dream roll. He went right past them, and you were thinking he was in a bad spot, but the rest of the reinforcements were on the way, and they were like, we cannot take this Tanky Menky down in time, so that we had to just deal with whatever we could. So, I mean, they kind of salvaged that on that top line.
Yeah, I felt that was like Peter Pan picked up the pebbles, you know? That was very hard there, but Vento even getting takedown is definitely not what they want to be doing here. We do see, obviously, irreparable damage being done into the mid lane there for the side of Los Granades, which is obviously a great place for them to be here after they're losing so many scraps. After this, they're still behind with that gold lead.
Yeah, so Vento actually getting the kill on the Golden Kite in the bottom lane. That's a little bit of confidence, and it was a little overconfidence as they were pushing into that mid lane. He was trying to make a play, but the tower just shoots you, man. You got to be careful about that aggro.
Yeah, they do hurt. They do hurt indeed. Just Chi here, just playing around the Azure Golem as well, taking too much damage. It gets the execution there. It's going to be ABH with the pickup. Can they get a little bit more? I feel like without their commander-in-chief here, Just Chi, they're just going to go back to the game state into those lanes.
Yeah, you need to play a little bit more safer in that sense. But let's talk a little bit about one here. On this Angela pick, the Blazing Brilliance, absolutely amazing in terms of taking down that Menky. Yeah, he's tanky, but I'm just going to come burn you to a crisp, and that's what they did. Justy had no outs on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I've been loving this Angela pick all day, right? Obviously, we have Highline. Now we have one piloting this mid lane that generally doesn't get actually a time of day within the draft, but because, like I was saying, when Kim was on broadcast, there's so much tank meta in place. We need anti-tank potential. I feel like she is definitely one of the best heroes to be doing that.
And I mean, if you're able to do that with some sort of other stuns,
yeah.
I mean, it's so much. And plus, she can tank a little bit on her own, so it's not the worst thing in the world here. But it looks like MIBR are going to just head on out and take the mid lane instead.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the part of the stemming the bleeding, right, for the side of Blacklist International. They've got to make sure they're playing the macro a little bit better here and making sure they're not taking just so much unnecessary damage. The brush checks here from the side of Los Fernandez is definitely a problem for Blacklist International.
And just like that, MIBR, they're back into this one. I mean, if we're talking about net worth, it's about 800 or so gold.
Yeah.
Nothing at this point. ABH, though, has been carrying them. They have done a great job because of the fact that he's getting his space and farm, and now look at the contest.
Oh no, they don't get the invite, but it's going to be Mana Frieza. He is looking low. He's able to just chunk that damage in the early part of the team fight. So ABH is not going to take the brunt of it, but it's going to be Freaks into the back line, getting a bit freaking naughty. He goes down, though. It is a 1-to-1 trade. Clash lane for mid. That is going to be all that's said.
He's going to be freaking dead. That's what's going to happen. It went way too far. ABH was like, hey, we got to get out. I'm a little too low. I cannot continue to fight. But Freaks did not get that memo. And he went in 1 versus 4, and he got burned up.
Yeah, no, he definitely took on a little bit more than he could chew within that team fight, right?
Yeah.
He was trying to go in, just trying to get the pressure onto Golden Cut, maybe even try and force anything from the Bastards, right? Obviously, Vasir here is still holding on to it, but it's at the props of Chami1. Chami1, he dives into the back line. He does the burst damage. He's kind of like the savior here for Golden Cut in these team fights.
For sure. And I mean, if we're now talking about what things have happened, I mean, with that one single kill, things have again shifted back in favor of Blacklist, and now they're being aggressive.
Oh, no, they're not of a smite. Angela here. That's the easiest steal clean there from the side of Los Fernandez. And now, is that going to be a mental boom here for the side of Blacklist International? We have 2 in the mid, 2 top side. They're just trying to make something out of a bad situation. They lose the Tyrant, but can they just equalize the game state?
Yeah, but now they have to run. Look at the flank is actually perfect, but MIBR, but they go the right way. Can they get anything?
They are trying. The path of passing being used here as well. They're trying to got Monkey into the pit there. Just G would definitely be free food in that scenario, but I feel like good rotation for the side of Blacklist. Obviously, we did see top side there. Golden Kite was ready. They were leading them to Golden Kite, the main proprietor of damage.
Yeah, and going back to that last one, Chami1, they're going to go back to the drawing board, but like, hey, why were you trying to solo it all by yourself? Nobody was there. He was literally trying to stick it under. It was not going to happen. And I mean, Chami1, again, a big mistake by him.
Yeah, leading the charge here, ABH. Obviously, he has the Destiny counter as well for a brief moment. The Blade Brilliance does come through once again, but the Tyrant is not low enough for that to get that seal now. Freaks is into the back line just to try and kind of keep Chami1 in place here before he tries to go in. The Dream Roam with the thing inside the box. Huge shot here for the Blacklist International boys. They look to team and take that Tyrant as well as Freaks and look to go for the mid lane.
A perfect play there by Blacklist International. The 1-2 timing in terms of the stunts, stacking them up. And you know why Kaz loves this most. Even in the ultimate battles, if we're talking about the KIC 2025, he will pick that hero even in an ultimate battle. He is so comfortable with it.
Absolutely. I mean, when you've got something like obviously Angela, before she pops that ultimate, she can still get hit with that CC. But it's the artillery potential here of that pick, right? You saw one sat in that bush behind the T1. Yes, it fell, but it almost claimed like the lives of 2 of Blacklist International. So they've got to be careful here.
Yeah, definitely need to be careful here. But Blacklist, I think that they're feeling good. I mean, they have the lead. They understand that they have momentum. Now it's a matter of taking some of these towers down. On the other side, MIBR, LOS, they need to, again, they feel the pressure. They're trying to push something down. They're looking for some sort of gank in this mid lane.
Yeah, waiting in the long bush here, just hoping that one of the members of Blacklist International kind of just stop by at the run pit stop. But down to the bot side here, we are seeing Freaks trying to go for a push. Golden Kite as well was heading down this way. So I feel like this is where the main target's going to be, right? You're looking towards Xiao Xiao, you're looking towards Golden Kite. You are quite a bit vulnerable within this position.
Yeah, and the bottom T2 taken down. I mean, the top lane was pushing, so they knew, Blacklist, that MIBR LOS would be somewhere else. They were in the bottom, and now they make their way to the mid lane to kind of deal with the rotation from Blacklist International here.
Yeah, the T2 top takedown was probably just a direct call and answer to the takedown down to the bot side, right? But now you see Champion once again. He's freezing the minion wave here. That minion wave is going to caught that one up, but into the mid lane here, we do see this just trying to get the game state into the favor of Blacklist International. They do get a few hits here, a few knockups coming in. The Ride the Wind is going to be put in ABH, like Kylie Minogue spinning around. There is the Dream Roam onto the back line as well. Vento's going to be careful. The Parasol is into the middle part of the fight as well. Even the Bastards onto the back line. It's going to be the pickoff here as well. Vento down, one down, ABH down. Man, oh, Freezer. We are in the chiller.
Chami1 with an angle, completely jumping the back line, caught it, catching everyone off guard. Vento thought he was safe, but they were going northwest. They need to go northeast to go back home. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, not for them because Chammy 1 was the bouncer and nobody was getting by him.
I mean, look at this though. Like, Freaks is gonna, like, they're keeping Freaks in place. Like, he can't recall. He's just like, guys, I really want to go back and protect the base, but they're not letting me, Mom. They're not letting me. Minion wave there, down to the bot side, looking to take the crystal as well. The burst damage from Chammy, from Golden Kite. Get game number 1. Hoi, Billy Beats.
Very good game there by Blacklist. And the ability to close that out, understanding that, hey, Freaks was the only guy that could have potentially saved that game, but not allowing him to recall. They were just like, no, we're going to hold you here. We're just going to, like, slow talk you, make sure you just stick around. Maybe you offer some tea a little bit, but he was not going back home to save the base in this one.
Definitely not. He was just locked down in the end of the jungle, right? Like, that's an unfortunate situation. You literally see game 1 flash before your eyes.
I think that it was such a very level game. It was never just one-sided. Blacklist International, they end up taking the victory, but it was not because just MIBR just played badly. It was just like in that one fight, Chammy 1 was just superior in the 1 against 4.
Chammy 1 will always find that angle. This is why as a clash laner, he's so good. When you're playing against him, you always have to be, keep your head on a swivel, if you will, and make sure that you don't get flanked, because that's what can happen. You could just lose a team fight and the game that instantly.
Yeah, I feel like all players just need to be an owl at the point when they're playing against everyone, right? Just like 360 full view, man, like hard to actually achieve. But we're going to look at, obviously, the post-game analytics. Like Isaac was saying, right, it wasn't like a night and day difference, right? Like, this was very close. It was all about the correct pickups into the team fight.
You say close, I disagree. I just think Chammy 1 doesn't make it close, right? With this 4-0-6, the guy was a beast. He's from the clash lane. He's carrying. He's like literally doing everything that you want, even from like a farm laner. He's just like really next level here.
Yeah, I feel like the gold graph also kind of backs my point, okay?
Okay.
Backs my point. It's a little bit more even, you see here. It's a bumpy ride, right? Like, you are seeing here, within these game states between 4 to 8 minutes, it's just up and down, but then it just ups to that peak right at the top there, just before the 13-minute mark. Very important for Blacklist when they got that huge team fight. But Just Chi here on this monkey, not a hero that gets picked quite often within a best of 3, but the tankiness of this hero, the potential is crazy.
Yeah, and it's because their stuns were so good. Chaz as well as Just Chi, the way that they were able to time things next level, you know what I mean? So it stuns it so that Chammy wanted drag gold. Everybody just see clean house. But checking out this highlight, this is what things started early. It didn't look amazing for them. I mean, but the Honey Sweet Breeze, that was what set things up. And then Blacklist International had a lead, did not relinquish it throughout.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably like the biggest setup, right? The biggest like mood motivator for the side of Blacklist was that first blood.
Right.
It just meant that it's like, right, okay, we were thought we was going to be a little bit more of an even game state here, but the fact is we got the first blood going into our favor. But these fights were just so well orchestrated in the way of, like you were saying, Horland, like the right pickups, the CC from Chaz, the think inside the boxes were just beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. And they were going for revenge. They were fighting the box from Chaz. How many good 2-man, 3-man boxes did he have throughout? We'll see them all here. A nice little dream roll there by Justy, setting it up, even the Overlord getting in on the action. But Vento way too low. He wants to be on the outskirts. Not going to happen. He got locked down as well.
Yeah, Vento wants that Venti health bar. He doesn't quite have it, right? Like, he's not quite towards the late game. Not when you kind of build like a defensive item on early when you are ahead of the game right now. But there it is. Blacklist International do take game number 1 from Los Granades.
I think that storyline from Blacklist International, from the play-ins, the rise, how would they do? How would they play? We're seeing them level up right in front of us. They are ready to go. What a great game 1 for Blacklist to really set the tone in the series.
Blacklist International, with that amazing performance, takes an advantage, and they might go all the way until the upper bracket finals if they get game number 2. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you the action of our game number 2.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC.
powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. We're going to move into Game 2 between Blacklist Internationals and MIBR. Los Grandes. Well, let's wait and see. I am going to jump with Blam in the fact that it was a very, very, very equal, even game. I do believe, though, the Fricks and Vento kind of opened the doors for Blacklist International to take advantage of that. Sometimes they were jumping in a little bit too deep.
I agree with that. I mean, I think that this is probably what you were seeing in the sense of being a little bit more competitive. I just saw Jamie won, and I was like, wait, it's not competitive, right? But I do think that those are the two that, when you're talking about a team fight and how those things kind of develop, Freaks and, of course, Vento, those are the guys that need to really make things happen. It didn't seem like they were in the right spot at the right time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you saw Chubby one in that little video there, right? He's putting the right and the left up. He's ready, man. Like, is that like just like a foreshadowing of Dharma next game, you know? Like, maybe? But, like, it was very even. Like Isaac was saying there, like, Vento was able to try and maybe potentially get that victory there. I just felt like the power spike wasn't quite met as fast as possible, just because that pressure topside just really created just the fact that Los Grandes couldn't do that. You know? They weren't left alone to do that power spike and get to that level.
I mean, to add on to your point, I also think that Blacklist, the way that they're understanding how to take a fight, using that vision, and they were the ones initiating on. MIBR LOS were very reactive, and that's kind of not what you want. Like, you want Ogren be the frontliner, right? Yeah. He's going to provide all the vision for him, but it was the complete opposite in this game, and that's kind of a losing game in the end when you're getting constantly jumped on first.
Yeah. Back to the point of obviously reactivity, right? Like, most of the time as well, with the Chalk VR, they are the kind of teams that force the reaction from the enemy team, right?
Yes.
So I feel like it puts them into a weird situation, kind of like, oh, we don't normally play this way. How do we overcome this? And it was just kind of just all down to the team fights and hoping that the scraps and the pickups were just going to come at the right time.
Yeah. And I mean, hopefully for this one, MIBR LOS, we make a game of this one in the sense that they're able to kind of bounce back, find ways to, again, I mean, I'm not thinking that it was too much of a draft issue. It was more about execution. Like, that movement place really didn't work for me.
No, absolutely. I agree on that one there. But at the same time, obviously, we're looking at these two teams, right? Obviously, Mana Fraser, they didn't really use a support tank either within that one, right? Like, they were just literally using the utility. Same for Blacklist. Like, they still have potential. If this game goes all the distance, they still have the Liempo, the Lapu Lapu, the Zhongfei. Like, they still have every tank on the board here. And from what we've been seeing as a bit of an arc into that support 1v1 is who can land the best ultimate, Lapu Lapu or the Zhongfei. So I feel like this time around, the boys are going to go for a little bit more of a backbone down to the bot side of the map, rather than looking the backbone towards just Chi and Chamiwon.
Yeah, I think that you'll kind of always revolve around that. Even the draft, execution, all those things. Joshi and Jamie have definitely been the guys in terms of when that fight truly happens. But if we're, okay, MIBR LOS, like, again, let's just pretend like you're Coach Blam, right? What do you need to tell them? Like, how did they get back into this series?
For me, right, okay, so obviously something like the Organ, right? We didn't really see much invasions at level 1, which is obviously something that is one of the key factors that can help Organ just grow exponentially, especially these uncontested. But it just felt like that once the Organ came out, obviously Blacklist already called their bluff. They went for the Motsu, right? Like, they didn't have to go for another counter for the Organ. They already had it with that one. And the fact is, you weren't able to scale up, and you got so much burst damage. It was just, I feel like at that moment in point, with that draft, it became much more difficult for them to actually navigate and compose a victory for themselves. But Blacklist actually gets side blue once again here. And they're going to go for the higher first pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great hero to start off. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. And we're in day 4 now. This Haya has just been completely dominant, right? I mean, the Lorien has also been one, but that's been banned. But Haya has been like next best. I think, I mean, I don't mean to predict here, but I do think that come Ultimate Battles, Haya will be one of the top picks for the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the mid lane with the Mai Shiranui as well. Obviously, we don't normally have the usual suspect within the game at the moment. Obviously, Yixing, he's not available for these teams for the Ultimate Battle. So you are right there. I feel like that is going to be the cause here. We're not going to get the Dharma Champion 1 here. He does deny it for ourselves. But if you look over the side of Los Fernandez, they have gone for the Lapu Lapu like we were talking about before the draft here, the Chicha as well. Great second pick because it can be flexed into the farm or the clash lane.
Yeah, and it looks like you were doing some predicting earlier with the Zhang Fei and the Lapu Lapu. Both of these teams picking both of them. Obviously, it's about execution and who gets the better of the two in terms of the ults. But the Aaron, this is a pick to kind of harass the Chicha as much as possible. They kind of like it going into the matchup, and they think that this Chicha will be in, of course, the farm lane.
Yeah, I just love when we see Aaron and Chicha go up against each other, it's like one pops the ultimate, the other pops the ultimate. They're just going around just like bursting each other's AoE damage. It's just like a fun little display of dancing to watch. But I feel like going over to Blacklist here, a bit more support for the boys. Chaz was able to land great cannon blasts. So I'm assuring, or at least having so much faith in him, that those unbridled outbursts are going to have even more of a greater impact there. Just choosing the correct moments when to go with that massive ultimate. But we see the same kind of game state here for the side of Los Fernandez. They're looking for a little bit more early game into the jungle here because Chicha has to scale up regardless of which lane she goes into.
Yeah, but you're kind of, because of the fact that you have the Agudo, this is a nice little 1-2 combination with the Chicha because the range is a bit of a problem. Yeah, she does a lot of damage. She's just mow people down. But you don't want to get outclassed in terms of the range department. But the Agudo is the type where it's like, okay, if you're going to be far away or however you're going to be, this kind of protects that. So it's like a little bit of synergy, plus you have the Lapu Lapu on top with the Raging Sea. So this is kind of how this first phase of the draft, at least for MIBR LOS, is going to go.
Yeah, we see bans onto the side of Blacklist International because obviously they don't have their mid lane for Los Fernandez and they don't want to kind of be outranged or outpoked onto the higher here. But it looks like the Chuck BR team are going to go for Florentino. Freaks wants to go for a little bit more finesse, right? We saw him on the Charlotte already. He attempted it, it worked, but I feel like if you are Florentino, if you get a little bit too close to the sun, you will burn.
Yeah, and another one of those AOV heroes that has had quite an impact here at the EWC Honor of Kings. But this is a hero that I think that's, we've seen it shine, we've seen it fail. We've kind of, we have, again, it's not enough data in terms of where this hero truly is. But I do know in my own ranked games, this hero has been utterly dominating, and dare I say, I kind of don't like it because of that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a hard one to maneuver, right? It's very sort of flashy, highly mobile. But I feel like the one thing you're going to do to get that kind of advantage into the lane is give yourself some range. So you're seeing here for the first time for Blacklist International, they're picking up the Devara here. So they're going for the dual marksman comp. And then Blacklist is like, you know what? You denied it in game number 1. We wanted a fast game state into the jungle. We're going to pick up the Ukiyo Tachibana here. So if there ever is a game 3 and Pei falls through, it's going to be hard to counter that Pei. But we're now looking for that important mid-lane pick here for the side of Los Fernandez, because obviously Chicha has now shown its identity. It's going to be into the jungle, the farm lane here.
I love this Devara pick, right?
Ooh.
Especially last by Blacklist, because you know that Champion 1, who's like essentially a carry in that clash lane, but I mean, he just does so much work. The rest of them are literally just looking to just run at you, burst you down, and somehow just be able to withstand this, because it's all aggression on this lineup of Blacklist.
You see that one's literally gone for another artillery style mid lane hero, right? Like, he's just gone from Angela, he's now gone to the Ganon Mo, which I remember all the way back from Season 1 Invitational. Like, this was his hero. Like, he was able to set himself up, position himself so well into the team fights that those couple blades were always landing and always hitting super hard. And obviously the passive Ganon Mo, you're going to be looking to get as much assist as possible to gain that extra ability power.
Well, I love the Ganon Mo. He definitely needs to be careful in terms of how the sieges will start, right? If he gets caught out, I mean, by the Moonscape Mirage from the Haya, you're gonna have a bad time, right? So his positioning, again, you're talking about the fact that it's gonna be artillery. He needs to be in the back line, and so they need to be again very careful with who Dragon abducts at the end of the day.
I feel like there's only 2 targets potential, right? I feel like there's either Lapu Lapu or you're going for Florentino, right? So if he's going to have a dance, why not have a solo dance? Have that dance for the wedding, right? Hire Dragon, Freaks, are just going to get Freaky Naughty 1v1 into the Moonscape Mirage, or you're going to take Mana Freezer apart, because if you take Lapu Lapu away, there's no real identity for front line here for the side of Los Granandas.
All right, as somebody who's danced solo at a wedding, it's kind of depressing. I've done it. I don't like it. Hopefully they don't need to do that here, and they're able to tango with their teammates, of course, here.
It definitely takes 2 to tango, right? You need that extra set of feet, but you don't want to be going with 2 left feet here as well. But you do see actually one with a very aggressive rotation here just to try and commit and take this neutral camp away from the side of Blacklist International. It does look like they're able to get the point there as well, so well played for them for that invade. Definitely an improvement on the game state, early game state that they were displaying in the first game.
Yeah, it was the little wins. That's kind of what snowballed Blacklist, right?
Yeah.
They were able to extract, I mean, unless you're being aggressive, taking things away, Blacklist will probably be able to outpace you. So you got to change it up. They've done so. This is going to be a pretty decent start for MIBR.
Yeah, you can already see that ABH is already kind of like out-leveling Just Chi here as well, which is obviously not a position you want to be in when you are the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tachibana. You're meant to have a bit more of a flexibility into the jungle in terms of obviously rotations. You're able to backflip, parkour over the walls, and you have immense burst damage as well. But for me, like, if we're able to get Yu-Gi-Oh! On top of Ganamo, it's going to be a hard task because obviously guard her grave is going to push him away. But if he can land that CC before that prime moment, I feel like that burst is going to be enough to run down one.
100% agree, right? I think that for any sort of team fight, one's positioning dictates how the entire team fight and game will go. He gets picked off, like you rightly mentioned, you know, they're going to suffer. They don't have as much damage. You have literally only Vento. I mean, Freaks to a certain degree, but a lot of the other guys are more about that control. So, again, one needs to stay alive. His positioning needs to be flawless.
Yeah, and I feel like the synergy between ABAH and one has to be good, right? Obviously, using the Gorge mobilization to then get the knock-up to get that couple blades is going to be kind of like the gateway into the team fight before it's even happened here for the side of Los Granandes. But currently, at this moment in time, we've definitely seen less of a conflict in the early game.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about Freaks on the Florentino, Chami 1 on the Devara. I mean, I don't even want to talk about laning. Which one of those two guys is better looking?
I mean, you know what? I don't swing that way, you know? Like, hey.
Well, you could just say somebody's good looking, no?
No.
Okay, all right.
I'm the best looking man in my life.
All you need is a mirror, my friend. I think it's great for them. But MIBR, I mean, for me, if we're looking at this one in terms of that top lane, Chami 1 is definitely going to carry in that late game, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a struggle. So MIBR LOS, in my idea, like of how they need to play this, they need to play a little bit faster so they don't get to that late game.
Yes, exactly. They need to kind of bring this one up around a bit, maybe like 10, 30 minute mark, so it's not going to get too exhausting for them to kind of draw those long team fights. Because like I was saying earlier, right, like in terms of like sustainability here for the side of either of these two teams, if the team fight draws out too much, there's no healing that's going to come through here, it's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, definitely will be harder. I mean, there's a lot of sustain, right? But again, if they're able to get some sort of pick-off, best case scenario, maybe one starts to kind of get those items so that he can just burst somebody down. Then with this Agudo, with that Wild Growth push, it could be way too much for Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to use it early on here as well, obviously, whilst the turret play can still have that defense. They're just trying to get the game state top side of the map so they can make an easy price break, but it's going to be Vento. Maybe Finch getting picked up here once again. He's just alphas are so low, so yes, they claim priority and the neutral objective top side with the space bright, but down the bot side is a different story.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario, obviously getting that kill onto Vento, but you pushed him away. Now he has to recall, make the Walk of Shame back into the lane, and this opens things up. The Tyrant is up here for the taking of Blacklist.
Yes, and it means that obviously they've already started at the wrong direction, right? Obviously, red side, they're stopping at the Crimson Golem, means there's going to be no actual contestation for that Tyrant here as well. But you have to give props over to Los Granandes. They actually managed to kind of like splinter the gold lead here as well. It's only a few 400s here as well, but it's going to be Chaz getting knocked up by Mana Freezer, so the ultimate's been popped early. But Chaz is not the person you want to be running down in Halfar. As soon as Unbridled Esbergs comes back, he gets basically a second wind.
Yeah, Chaz there, it's kind of, I mean, he's going to let that one off, right?
Yeah.
I think all the stuns are being thrown at him, and he's all by himself. He's just like, I'm doing my job. I'm taking these punches. That's what Rome lives do, right? I mean, roamers do, right?
Yeah.
but I think that Chaz, again, very patient, understanding that now is not the time to fight. I've got my umbrella out first. This is a huge opening for Blacklist International now.
That's it. Just knowing your own limits here onto something like the John Fay is probably going to be the focal point within these team fights. We do see a bit of a dive onto Dragon here, but he gets a Moonscape Barrage. He takes away, I believe it's going to be Bento here into the Moonscape Barrage. Can they come out on top here? Everybody's waiting for their return. It's like they've just come back for the honeymoon, and there is not the meeting that they want. The X comes through the door with the Unbridled Outburst, and now they are charging for the Stampede as well. Bento down, Mano Freezer down. Jazz is like, Stampede, let's get some more. Shammy 1 now picking up the kill, but it's going to be returned here, and it's an ace. Top side of the map.
Oh, Jussie was able to clean up, but how did Dragon live? Everybody was focused on top of him, but he's just like, actually, let me abduct you, let me buy some time, and then Chaz on the return. The perfect timing, the Umbrella Outburst.
So
the Raging Sea wasn't on the same point, but checking out this replay exactly how. He abducts him, he's stuck in, and look at how the Raging Sea happens, but it was actually too early. Dragon backing off, the Furball was not even enough damage, and they continued to chase. They had just way too much. Jussie, not afraid of towers, if you will, but the Stampede from Chaz setting it all up, and Jussie's like, I'll take the free food to go.
That's it. That's all my gold investment gone onto the side of Blacklist International. But we always prop up like big plays, right? But what is more important is the impact of a calculated ultimate, right? Like we saw there, that Rising Tide was just a little bit too early, and for it to just be a minuscule too early really changed the whole impact that Los Granades would have in that team fight. But they are going to make a play for the mid lane here, try and kind of like neutralize that lead into the mid.
Yeah, they're going to go back to the replay after checking that one out. And they're like, oh my gosh, Mano Freezer, if his angle was a little bit different, maybe hit somebody else. If there was a time that one properly, the internal clock was just a little too early. I mean, that doesn't really always happen, but man, if he does that, that changes the complete dynamic of that team fight.
It's a different time zone. It's a French air, right? Like, you got a whiff of a baguette. Like, oh, that smells good. Oh, yeah, I meant to press my ultimate. No, sorry, guys. Sorry for that one. We'll make up that play later on, but I feel like it's already getting a little bit too late here for the side of Los Granades. They are behind by around about 4k gold at this moment in time. Top side of the map is looking like it's starting to hemorrhage here as well. Free access to the Crimson Gold is going to be able to side of Blacklist International. He does try and get a cheeky couple plays here by the side of one, but now the Stampede has been pulled out here, just driving Mano Freezer and ABH away.
An uncharacteristic mistake by Chaz there, missing the Umbrella Outburst, completely whiffing. He dodged it, right? It was the play by MIBR LOS more than anything else. But, I mean, now this is a spot where you're kind of seeing MIBR LOS with a potential. Like, no Umbrella Outburst, that's absolutely huge, but they're coming out a little low on the HP bars. They probably don't want to win.
Oh, there it is. Chummy 1 with the big engage with the ultimate there. The damage is coming through onto Bento. Bento is able to escape there thanks to 1. The artillery is a support artillery, not aggressive.
Not aggressive at all, because Blacklist International have that net worth lead, right? The damage that they're doing is actually very formidable. The MIBR LOS squad are kind of squishy. This is a bit of a problem, and it's very worrying because, again, they need to fight. They need to find a way to get back into this.
They do. I mean, I feel like they've kind of lost any kind of like sense of game sense in this one, right? Obviously, that big blunder top side of the map maybe would have been enough to just kind of be like, right, guys, we just need to reset. Like, unfortunate, we have to just accept our fate here. We can make and try and go for a turnaround, but where could that turnaround really come from?
I mean, it's going to be even tougher. I mean, this Tyrant here being picked up, Dragon abducting people left and right. I mean, Mano Freezer, he just wants his teammates. He wants us to go back home.
How dare he? How dare he, like a UFO, take somebody in the middle of the night, right? Obviously, I was having a good dream there. Mano Freezer is now having a nightmare. It is nightmare fuel for the side of Los Granades. They don't have their tank. They don't have their main engaged. They're really hoping that ABH is able to get that gorge mobilization for a setup. But it's going to be a very hard setup for them indeed.
I mean, Dragon, he's 0-0-3 in terms of the KDA, but the amount of the kills that he's able to contribute to the team based off of that Mirage has just been immaculate this one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some questionable higher performances so far within KWC, right? But this one's definitely making me feel like, okay, I have faith in this pick once again. And the thing is, like, he doesn't really have that much itemization. He has the Twilight, obviously, for the Magic Pen, but also the Venomous Staff for the anti-heal. There's no real kind of, like, big items like the Savant's Wrath
draft, right? Yeah. You're talking about bad Hayas. I am one where I kidnapped the wrong person. I was like, oh no, I'm stuck with a terrible killer and I have no chance on this one. But MIBR, LOS, again, they kind of need to navigate around this all. They need to work around it. And there's two big ones, especially with Chaz there as well.
I feel like it'd be an interesting mechanic if you could just abduct your teammates, you know? Like, he's
I
by
would do it
accident, he's
just
like,
for it.
yo, sup? He's got some free time in this Mirage here. Wouldn't be the greatest in terms of team fights, but we are seeing this, obviously, masterclass here from Dragon on the higher Blacklist International, once again, just dominating the acquisition of these neutral objectives. They get the Tyrant, when we see Los Granandes, they're trying to formulate around here, maybe try and go for a bit of a saving grace, right? If they go for the Overlord, they're able to get some pressure into either of these side lanes.
If you were able to abduct a teammate, that's like just going to the man cave. You know, let's just game in there. You know what I mean? Let's hang out. Let's have some drinks. But I think for this one, it's a little bit different in the sense that they got the white band. They're kind of ready. But again, getting the right moments. They haven't found the right one in quite some time. MIBR LOS playing a little bit more cagey.
They are playing very cagey, kind of like split, kind of trying to just headless chickens at this point, just trying to hurdle around and try and do it best to keep that T3 alive top side of the map. They're able to do that new objective for themselves. Personal goal has been achieved, but the damage here is coming through for the side of Blacklist International. They do get the takedown. They don't need the minion wave.
The siege is real from Blacklist. The way that, I mean, you have a Cannonball on the other end, and you're thinking those blades are going to hurt, but Blacklist have just been able to just work around that. And again, taking these T3s from afar and, you know, just damaging them down whenever they want.
Yes, the poke there. Just trying to push them away on the side of Blacklist International from the Chicha, from one, just being artilleries within their own respect. I feel like that's the only thing that's really creating them space at this point is the fact they have a little bit of a long-range poke that's going to do damage onto the squishier sides of Blacklist International. But when you look at this, an XP advantage in most lanes. There's a gold lead that's kind of like going on towards around about 7K. It's very hard at 11 minutes to get that back.
The lead is absolutely real. They're pushing in all three lanes. And MIBR, LOS not going in.
No, they're not going in there. Chaz is just trying to take enough damage before he procs that ultimate there, but ABH is looking a bit too low to be in the front line as well. We do see the charge come through from Mana Freezer. Again, they're just making sure they're creating space for themselves.
Yeah, and they were sieging all three lanes.
Yes.
They were like, hey, look at my left hand, but the right hand was the actual one doing damage. They took out both of the outside T3s. The mid lane is still there with that T3, but again, MIBR, you don't want to just be hunkering down on it.
I'm telling you, that's why Chammy put the left and the right up. There's like, okay, you may see my left hand, but boom, it comes in with the right there. That's going to be the lethal blow, but lethal blows have been dumped to T3s rather than the team themselves. I feel like maybe another ace is on board here for the side of Blacklist International, just so they can get that. Oh my goodness. Why are we using the ultimate this early within the team fight? I get that it's a zone potential here for them. Maybe try and force them to come around at a different angle, but now they don't have that counter engage.
Yeah, it seems like the nerves are really there. That was, I mean, he saw Chaz just walking around, and he barely missed him. He was by himself. Why would you commit the Raging Sea here? I feel like Mono Fries are here a little not playing to his usual level.
It's very trigger happy, right? It's like maybe someone's had one too many cups of coffee, you know? Like, I got cheers.
It's not the coffee, it's the baguettes. Let me be very honest. As somebody who's been having them daily, they definitely have been slowing me down.
Yeah, you can look at it as slow potential or maybe just a little bit too rushed to press that ultimate there. Either one works, right? But what doesn't work is the effect in the game. Right now, Blacklist International all have three lanes kind of charging towards the base here as well. Vanguards, as well as the Shadow Vanguard just behind them. We do have Chaz still with the ultimate. He's now back up to full health bars as well. He could really do some damage here. Top side of the map, Freaks, he's trying to keep them away. Bot side here as well. Good measure of health here with the side of Los Granandes. They do want to keep into this one. It's going to be into the back line. Chammy there. He just burst away. Pushes Mana Freezer to the back line. There goes your front line into the back. Not where they should be in their position in there. Blacklist International, they get two takedowns for one there. Golden Kite does fall down. The Crystal of Game number 2 goes over to Blacklist as they ride the upper bracket into Group A.
I don't want to hurt a dude that's already on the ground. Mono Fries, even in that last fight, misses the Raging Sea yet again. They were just completely dodging it. Blacklist International were just too elusive, too next level to really kind of, you know, to concede any sort of small win to MIBR LOS in this one.
No, I feel like it's a really clean series here for Blacklist International. I mean, like we said, first game, there always seems a little bit more of an oomph from both teams, right? They want to come at this one with a 50-50 stance. But then when you lose a game and it's so close, it's hard to reset even for the best of players.
Yeah, definitely. And just really well played by Blacklist International. They're just kind of finding that groove. I think the play-ins had done more for them because they've created this momentum. They had a couple mistakes early in the plans, but if you're thinking about it, it's non-consequential at this point because they're finding that groove.
Blacklist International is going to move into the upper bracket. Congratulations to them. The BKL third place. They come in here as a third place, and right now they're in the upper bracket. They are going to be facing AGAL in the next game in the afternoon.
So about that, I think that they could be happy, and they're like, but not too happy, right?
Yeah, I
Because
know.
that could be a tough one for them.
In front of them, MIBR lost. That we will still be seeing them, but they're going to have to play against Team Vitality for a ticket just to kind of like stay going in the tournament. In this game, exactly what happened that MIBR lost did not look as strong as the game number one.
I feel like it was all just down to those little minor problems and errors within those team fights, right? Like you were really hoping for Lappy to get that massive ultimate onto like 3 people. He hits a brush. What are you getting? What are you going for? Like some kind of little minion or something? Like it's not really quite having the follow through.
I mean, Mountain Fries has definitely made some mistakes.
Yes.
But let's, at the end of the day, this is still a team game. We're reporting everyone and not just Mountain Fries at the end of the day. But I think that it was kind of like that initiation of when you're going in, Mono Frizer was like a little impatient at times, kind of using that Raging Sea a little willy-nilly. I feel like you need to let your Agudo, God and Moat kind of tenderize people, set things up so that everybody groups up, and then you go in.
So what we're hearing here from Paul is like he likes his meat tenderized, right?
Of course.
Absolutely.
The only way. That's the best way.
A little bit of a slow roast. I mean, the game was definitely a bit of a slow roast for them, right? The game ended in a very about the same kind of time frame, so it's not kind of like they weren't able to get to the late game. It's just that Blacklist had such a strong game from the word go, right? They just had Chaz on point. I don't know what it is with Chaz today, but he's been like the rising star. Obviously, Champion 1 has massive impacts into these team fights in terms of takedowns, but Chaz has been the ultimate setup here.
Yeah, not only just setup, but he's been like the perfect bait.
Yes.
Right? Everybody's been going after him. All the guys are just like, oh, I see him, I want to go. But then they're like, okay, actually, he's just able to dodge it. He's able to survive. And again, it's just a classic game by Chaz here.
Not only Chaz, right? Like it has been the show of Champion 1 as well. Because he did not only in game 1, but in game 2, in both of them, just those performances have been top of the top. Now, let's go on stage and talk to Champion 1 through Mara. Mara, take it from here.
Chami, congratulations. You know, you were incredible gameplay, very superior. You're doing everything that your team needs exactly in that matchup. And it's so evident that Blacklist International has leveled up. Your first match in this tournament, it was a loss, followed by a 2-1 match, and then back-to-back sweep. What has changed in the Blacklist International in terms of closing out the games that's allowing you guys to be more dominant in every series?
Malaking halaga din talaga yung sa amin yung momentum. Ever since na nanalo kami against OG, parang ay na rin yung nag-boost sa confidence namin kasi yung team talaga namin more on like umasa sa confidence tapos yung mga momentum ganyan. So ngayong nakalaban namin yung mga NS and then MIBR, feel ko mas tumaas pa yung confidence namin na kalabanin yung AG, and this time feel ko kaya na namin ilaruin yung laro namin, which is good kasi we're against na sa pinakamalakas mag-HOK sa mundo. And sana mabigay namin yung best namin.
Momentum is really important for them. It was really important that they had that first win and that built up their confidence going into the next matchup against Nongshim and with this matchup against Loss. So their team is all about gaining confidence from momentum. And with that, they feel more ready to face against AGAL next. Speaking of, that's gonna be a tough matchup. But you know what? When I interviewed Ino earlier, he says the chances of the teams beating them in the game is more than 50%. He says from previous games, previous years, now the teams have improved. Do you feel the same way, that there's 50% or more chance? And how confident are you in defeating them in the entire matchup?
For me, siguro less than siguro 50% kasi nire-respect din namin talaga sila as a whole, and feel ko sobrang humble lang din ni kasi ayun nga, binibigyan nila ng chance yung mga global teams na matalo sila ganyan. And feel ko pag nalaro naman namin yung best namin, feel ko mapapatunayan na namin na 50% nga kaya na talunin yung AG.
he feels, to be honest, that it's going to be less than 50%. He gives respect to Inuo that now he's giving more credit to the other teams and he's being very humble. Thank you, Inuo. But he feels that now with what they've been showing, they are ready to face them and it might be close to 50%. Now give a shout out to everybody that's watching because for sure they want to hear from you. Invite them for that support because definitely you will need it for the next matchup against AGAL.
Yun guys, patuloy nyo po sana kaming supportan and even though malakas yung kalaban namin next, sana mapakita namin yung yung laro ng Pinoy. Ayan.
He's inviting everybody to continue to support them. But even though their next opponent is going to be really strong, he hopes that he can show you and he can make you guys proud. Thank you so much, Chammy. And now we'll head back to Sisters Lead the Gorge.
Tammy One should feel proud about his performances today in Game 1 and Game 2. In both of those games, he had amazing pickups. Like he was able just to control that Flash in there. And I'm glad to be able to see that Blacklist International is going to be moving forward.
Yeah, I'm actually happy for them too. I think that Blacklist International have deserved this one. I mean, they were able to outclass today. I think that they were very happy with that performance, but they're not out of the woods yet. Let's be very honest.
Absolutely not out of the woods, but back to the point, obviously, that Isaac was making earlier. They're the third seed going in, though. There seems to be a little bit of a traction here with the third seed, right? Obviously, Rocky Esports was able to topple the first seed of MKL, and now we start to see the third seed of PKL actually rise to the occasion here at KWC 2026 to further that positioning that they were unfortunate exit of KC 2025.
Yeah, and I mean, checking out these highlights, you can kind of see, like Chaz, look at how much devastation he has. All that control, pushing down one at ABH, nobody can get into the fight, letting the rest of them, like Chammy One, clean up on the backside. This is the way that Blacklist like to play. They're just, everybody's on the same page here.
I mean, One's always the first one to go in, right? Into the back line, do the absolute monstrable damage, and then at that point, the rest just get to go for the scraps, right?
Yeah, actually, my handle is Chammy5 because I'm the fifth guy to go in. That's how it works. No, I don't know. I mean,
you just wave like, okay, is everybody gone? Okay, now we're in.
yeah. Clean up. All right, I'm here, guys. Aisle 3. All right, I'm ready to go.
That's lovely. That is lovely indeed. All right, we're going to move to our next match. It's going to be our first upper bracket final of the day. Let's go for a break and we'll bring you the action of that match. Welcome back. This is the KWC 2026. We're live from Paris, France. And this is going to be our first upper bracket final of today. we're going to have Show Gaming on one side and Virtus Pro on the other. Kin, this is going to be a matchup that for a lot of them, they have been put in this situation. We have Highland on one side, Knight. They know what it is to face against this kind of titans. Is this game going to be any different to the previous ones?
I feel like this Titan is still too big to slay for the side of Virtus Pro, but I want to see them try. And Nora, I think it's pretty clear we are very excited about this game. And this time, I think we have a stronger challenger coming up. So what do you think Show Gaming is going to do with this one?
Well, I mean, like the first debut that they made here in 2026 KWC was very impressive because they actually created a new record.
Yes.
About the fastest gaming pace, I guess, right? Close out within like 6 minutes or something like that. So I would say it's going to be a tough game for VP to do so. But VP also created another record, which called the Penta.
Hey.
First ever Penta here this year.
It is going to be an amazing performance in there. I want us to spotlight the mid laners right over there. On one side, we're going to have Highland. On the other side, we're going to have Liu Lang.
Liu Lang, well, I'm more familiar with Liu Lang.
Yes, go ahead.
Like he is the FMVP of KPL Spring 2026, and actually he played the longest right now so far in the lineup within KSG. And actually the team kind of just rebuilt with him from 2024 because that was the year that they broke the record getting into the final the first time, but they didn't make it as a champion. But this year, Spring, they did it.
Highland on the other side, Kin.
Not as decorated, I'm so sorry, but Highland was responsible for their first place finish in KML as well. They are a very strong team, so VP definitely has a lot of flavors in store. What I'm curious about is we have seen the power of Liu Lang. I'm really concerned for VP on this. Liu Lang apparently doesn't know about Lorient until a couple days ago. Learned it in such great fashion, showed us what Lorient is in the hands of KSG.
So you talk about the Lorient, right? So let's just dive into that. Like, what are the hero picks right over there in the mid lane for this exact matchup?
I will highlight three. First, it's going to be Haya, definitely, Lorient, and Mai.
Okay.
Actually, the other side of the team, when they play against KSG, they didn't allow this Mai as an open choice. So this time, I'm wondering, because Highline is also a great Mai player, so it's going to be the vibing point in this case.
Highline has always had those heroes in there, like, but today, the picks that he has had are been a little bit more conservative. Is it that Highline is changing, or is the whole Virtus Pro just changing as well?
I think they're evolving, and Highline is playing more utility role, right? Last time he had the Mines, he had the mid lane Yuhuans as well. A lot of value towards the team fights and individual skills. More importantly, the Shangguan plays he had in last year, those were the flashy and fantastic ones. But this time, after having gone up against BRU Buriram, I think he can also take a page out of Nunu's book here. The Xiao Xiao was a great answer against the Lorient. Nunu showed us that. And I think if you put it in the hands of Hailang, he should be able to at least put up a challenge for Liu Lang, make it exciting for him.
I was really looking forward to hear about this. What is the key against the Lorient? Right? Like you're explaining that here, but what makes it to be the key to it?
Okay, so the positioning advantage of the Lorient is a very important skill set. So the Lorient is able to change his position with his skills, also able to get the launch of his ultimate and CC immunity as well. This is where the timing of Xiao Xiao's second skill is so important, and Hailang knows this technique. So he needs to do it before the CC immunity comes to play for the side of the Lorient. And if he gets a knockup, hopefully the rest of VP is there to finish the job as well.
So Nora, in terms of that, like in terms of a roamer, a Motsu coming in just to try to make that combo, would that be a good option?
Yeah, nice one. I mean, definitely it's going to be a nice one, long poking damage. And also, like we've seen AG played with a Garuda in the mid. That also makes sense. So it depends. But instead of like a Motsu pick, we can also go to some assassins for the jungle, because in this patch, we can't just isolate the mid lane, right? We should pair this mid laner with the jungler together. Not to mention, Juha also did a great job, and also Jabo create the first ever pentakill this year. So it's going to be very fierce about the draft on those mid laners and the junglers.
Yes, and one of the answers as a assassin jungler to the mid lane, Lorient specifically, is the Jing. And that's exactly the hero that Jiabao used to get the pentakill as well. The Jing coming into play, super dive. That's one of the answers you can have against the Lorient in the mid. But the second part is also long range. Garuda, like you mentioned, was one of the great answers they have. Just poke them down before the actual fight even happens.
Yeah. But I feel like Haya gonna be the most vying point in that case. And also for the top laners, we are looking at Silence, the top laner on the side of KSG. He is a great laning player, and as I mentioned, both side lanes on the side of KSG, actually the player just made their debut in 2026, but the first season that they made their debut, they got the championship. So you can see like the mechanics and also the potential that both side laner has on the side of KSG.
They set a very high standard, and
Yeah.
for Virtus Pro as well, I think I'm going to toot the horn of 90 for a little bit. 90 did impress us for many months with KML as well. His signature heals include the Dharma, which he has showcased just now. Great synergy with Jabal, which is kind of nice to see, but the Fati is also a great answer. But my concern here is Silence has played a god like Devara. I'm so scared of that guy.
But it seems that we've talked so much about the draft, so definitely we're going to put this draft on the spotlight. And for game 1, VP's on the blue side. For KSG on the red, they just banned away this Florentino. And VP, Liang with this Haya. Not going to be an open choice for Liu Lang.
I'm curious to see if they're going to ban out the pay as well. This has been the signature ban coming in for the first phases of our ban phase, but it's going to be the Diadea, which means we open up potential pay for the side of Virtus Pro, or they could go for the Alwyn.
Exactly. I mean, go for Alwyn, that's going to be a safe play. And if they go for that play, which means they need to play in a quite fast way, which is really interesting because Jabal and Zhuhao, they know each other, like a little bit familiar because they are actually at kind of like a same season because Jabal also attended in the China Cup last year.
Yes, and with that, they will just go completely in a different direction. The Guan Yu is going to be the first pick coming in for the side of Virtus Pro. This is another one of 90 special. In fact, I would think that a lot of the class laners, this hero needs to be in your arsenal because from the play-ins up until this point, most of the wins have come from a catch on Guan Yu's ultimate.
True. So true. I mean, like, we know that 90 is a great Guan Yu player, but the thing is that if you show it at the first pick, which will let your opponents to pick some nice counterattack to this Guan Yu, and I'm looking for an in for the jungler.
Okay, that's a huge expectation. Will the Yin come through for the side of KSG? Now, Virtus Pro have already countered the pick in the farm lane by picking a channel with a Zhangfei as well. There's a healthy bit of shielding, healthy bit of HP to deal with. So immediately the counter comes out, the Lapu. What do you think about this pick so far?
I mean, like, very classic, right? Lapu against Zhangfei again, but to me, the priority is kind of different because as we said, KSG, they try to secure their side laners, right? Both side laners can do a great job in the late game, but as we said, they are relying a lot on their late game. But as for VP, they are trying to play more aggressively, right? It's very well-rounded, a lot of initiation that you can see on the side of VP.
Yes, nobody wants to make the first mistake, right? They're leaving the mid laners open. And this is where, look, the Lauren is still open for the picking. No higher, so there is one counter gone. Garuda is still available as well if they want to play that game. Noir is also available. And that's going to be some of the considerations that both teams will be taking a look at. But this Hano ban is really important because I think they don't want to have the game drag. They want to end this as fast as possible on the side of VP.
And this Hano ban just gives me the sense of feeling that they are looking for another Agudo play as a jungler for Jabal. Because for this channel, or maybe possibly with another Agudo, Hano can just easily land in all his skills to take down those HP. Before the team fight, those poking damage, they can't stand with it. So I'm looking for a potential Agudo play on the side of VP.
It also helps him heal, but more importantly, the Hano repairs towers, right? With the fake rewind, as Agudo can do a good job of taking it, but all of that effort will go to waste if the Hano is ready with his ultimate. So that's one of the big considerations here. But with the Nerza coming out of the bans for the side of VP, the response from KSG is you might be looking at a assassin jungler, and they will take out the Jing. No more pentakill with a Jing for the side of Jabal here.
But still, Yin is an open choice, just like we said, right? Once you picked out this Guan Yu, Yin can always do decent job when he's taking away this Guan Yu throughout the battlefield. So it's gonna be in Zhihao's comfort zone. They just go for it.
I love the idea of the Ying, right? Ying offers you a couple of things. One thing is the access into the backline. With the ultimate, you can actually dash, cancel the second usage of that ultimate, stay in that position, and get your last hits onto T-Go. So T-Go this game is going to be under a lot of pressure. At the same time, Ying is a hero. She has everything. She's tanky, she has damage, she's mobile. So they need to shut down the early game for the side of Virtus Pro.
And I mean, speak of early game, definitely Yukio is gonna be the answer. Who can do better than Yukio in the early game? Not even mentioned to pair up with this Xiao Chao pick. So a lot of potential play can be seen on the side of VP before 6 minutes. Especially they need to highlight the 4 minutes mark. They are gonna be so dominating in around that 4 minutes mark.
And we do get the highlight we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
Isaac pointed this out for us. The mid lane, we do get the Lorion and Xiao Chao matchup.
Oh,
so
fantastic.
this is going to be a game of timing. Now, the big thing here is I feel like this Lorion pick on the side of KSG is so smart because if you have the Lorion as the target for the Xiao Xiao, you know who that saves? It saves G on the Aoyan pick. He's no longer a threat, right? The knockup will be reserved for the Lorion.
Yeah, definitely. And Owen can do a great job in the late game, so does the Charlotte. So I feel like KSG this time, they're trying to slow down a bit. We mentioned about the record that they made, right?
Yes.
Within like around 7 minutes, they just close out the game, right?
Yeah, 649.
649, so precise. So in that case, this time, because we know we are at the upper bracket, one match to go, then you can seal the deal. You can got a chance into the playoff, and you can even have one more day saved for preparing the best of 7 in the playoff. So this time, both teams actually trying to slow down a little bit. But as for VP, they're trying to attack. They're trying to overwhelm by their power in the early game, but still risks that, right? The time's ticking.
Yeah, I think it's a good strategy for the side of KSG. You want to keep pace. This is your last series of the day. Like
Yeah.
you want to end it on a high note. You want it to be on a stable note. Now, talking about stable though, that bar doesn't look too stable. KSG fans are in the house. They have voted. So let's see where the VP fans are at. If you're in the game, watching through the game app itself, remember to vote and try to get your team some moral support there.
Support is very important for all of those players. They can feel you, and they will give you feedback by their optimistic play.
So we start off with the initial wave clear on the side. It looks like KSG will prio the ball camp for the side of Jihao and allow their rotation for the side of Liu Lang to share the EXP and see what the next move will be.
I feel like KSG is just gonna farming up and just play in a peaceful and safe way during the laning. But as for VP, we should put Yukio, put Jiabao under the spotlight because he needs to accelerate his pace, and also because of Xiao Chao's rotation, allowing them to make a lot of things happen at the side lanes.
Yeah, but Hailang has other ideas, right? He's kind of trying to speed up the farm for Tigo. I think they're putting a lot of promise on Tigo. Tigo did play well in the previous series against BRU, but is it really the best choice to give Tigo a better lead rather than Jiabao?
I mean, since they're picking out this channel can do a great counter attack towards Aoyin in the early phase. So I feel like they're trying to secure that priority at the bottom.
Yeah, because it's completely two different styles of play, right?
Yeah.
On the side of VP, Hailang wants to get Tigo ahead. But for the rest of KSG, this is all about Jihao. Let's get this Ying up to date.
And that's the reason why they're sending Juhao to the mid several times and trying to share the goal, gaining from the waves, which can let Juhao possibly have a goal lead around 4 minutes or to 6 minutes.
Okay, it's a very small thing, but take a look at what the VP players are doing. For our new players of HOK, the members don't last hit the creeps down here. They actually save it so that Jiabao is actually able to use the Primal Portal, TP down, and get that EXP. But here's the kicker, it's a little bit difficult because they're slower on the side of VP.
Yes. But as long as they just guarantee their winning lanes on both side lanes, I think they will do good. And also they're presetting for the 4 minutes mark, so everything just went as both teams wish so far.
Yeah, we'll take a look at how this is going to work out, right? Right now, I think the very clear game plan from the side of Virtus Pro is, look, this Yi on our end is a little bit too comfortable. We need him to burn his infinite fastness before the 4 minute mark. We want him to use his flash as well.
That's true. They just need to play safe and save their skills for the 4 minutes mark.
We need to get prepared because when the first fight actually happens, it's going to be an explosive one because they want everyone to throw everything. We're already at the 3 minute mark down here.
I feel like with the ulti already, they are trying to make something happen on the top side of the match. You can see like people are moving in groups and trying to gain in for those little monsters and for the teleportation actually.
base right is going to be very important as well. This extra gold is not the biggest goal, but it's something important for EXP and gold.
Oh,
Flash from Hailang. They're going to give it a
on.
try.
It's going to be Guan Yu stepping in, but another control ability possibly dealt by Liu Long just backslash it.
Yeah, Silence was kind of lucky there. I mean, this is a Charlotte able to use the anti-CC immunity from his skills as well to get out of danger. But you against T-Go, this 1v1, I don't think there's going to be an ending for this unless T-Go really wants to overcommit. He doesn't have his ultimate anyway at this point.
They're just doing their lanings at the bottom, but since you kills here, they're cutting the way because 10 seconds to go with the 4 minutes mark.
It's good, right? You want him to be under pressure, but here comes the cat from LF.
Lopo is just doing some testing. They're doing those tradings. They're trying to bait out Jumpy's ulti actually on the side of KSG, and they're testing the round. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 at the bottom. The Owling's ulti already be cancelled, and it's going to be KSG first getting their hand onto this Tyrant, but BP won't allow that happen, but Zhuhao just secure the Tyrant for themselves without any cost.
The restraint on both teams is so good, right? They don't overcommit, but maybe they do if this one for the knockup.
It's going to be a knockup, and it's going to be a force out T-Go's flash.
That's a good one. That's 120 seconds without flash. So T-Gold, he has to play extremely safe, while both the farm laners have not necessarily fallen. This is where the slightest of differences will change the game. And KSG having this first Tyrant buff, they get a slightly faster wave clear. They could also possibly win the team fight if VP makes a mistake here.
And also because of the growth for both composition is kind of different, so I would say the Tyrant in favor of KSG is kind of just led them to win the upper hand in the early game, because it's totally acceptable for them to just, give up all those resources and just farm out. It's going to be a knockup, and it's going to be burst out damage coming out from Jiabao. Nice try, but the burst out damage is not sufficient. But another dashing in just force out the flash, and it's going to be Lapu flash in. It's going to be first blood. Goes out to Jiabao. Here comes this one. You just trying to get in, but everyone just play around with this roll reel.
This one hurts. It's just one kill, but it's on to Jiabao. He is the jungler. He's supposed to set the pace for the team. And so far, that is not a success story. Jihao actually gets that kill. And this is a double whammy. You lose your jungler, but Jihao gets even stronger. Right now, take a look at the pressure they're putting down. At the bottom side, 90 is going to try.
Pressure on. It's going to be outie from this Aoyin. Aoyin just retreat a little bit because they already got enough at the bottom.
But you can start to feel the pressure is growing, right? It's getting a little uncomfortable for the side of Virtus Pro. And 90, yes, point is one of his specialties. But let's take a look at this replay here. This attempted jump onto Jihao was actually what caused downfall of Xiaobao here, because he baited himself into the middle of 4 different members on the side of KSG. And this was with all of the ultimates and flashes still available on the side of Quattro Gaming.
I mean, like that double flash was quite beautiful on the side of KSG, and right now VP is still trying to, get more vision of the river control, because they know that it's still capable enough to initiate.
Yeah, and this is a tough situation for VP, because right now they can't maximize the resources. Yes, they get the T1, but at the bot lane, you've already given 1 wave of minions for free. This is missing, EXP, they are missing a wave for T-Gold.
Not even mention to they're actually concentrating, pushing on the top side of the map, but they just neglect that Yu is doing it on good time. It's going to be Jumpy's ulti being forced out. It's going to be some skill trade. KSG is doing it quite peaceful way, but it's going to be an ambush on the side of VP, but it's going to be a counter attack coming out from KSG. Not even going to take 1 step back. They're trying to make the tower dive available. It's going to be Liu Long flash in. Nice gank on the top side of the map.
They didn't get Jiabao, but the damage has been done. Take a look at the T1 at the top. This is free for taking. KSG had the game almost fully in their control. And step by step, this T1 will be the last one standing in the middle. So VP, they need to find a solution. But at this point, I don't see any.
I mean, like, maybe the only thing that they can do is trying to let Guan Yu to do the slap push, because as we can see, when they confront KSG, the damage done is not that sufficient, and they're just pushing with those minions and easily take the tier 1 tower down.
All right, guys, I want you to pay attention to how KSG is using the skills, right? A lot of us, when we play the game, we're new. We are looking for the kills. Okay, that ultimate means we need to win a fight. But KSG is using it as a deterrent, pushing them back. and this allows them the backdoor defense to be removed, get the T1, and suddenly the map gets so much darker for VP.
And also, like small details I want to break into is that you can see VP try several times at the bottom side, right? Try to get you killed. But with this out-in, out-in, you just play defensively but safely.
Yeah, but and that's the thing. They can't even force out the flash. They just make him take to the skies. He flies away. Meanwhile, KSG is already doing something else on the map. They have to commit 5 different members on the side of VP to go up here.
VP tried to make some trade happen, but the only person in front of them is this Lapu Lapu, strong enough, just standing there. They're waiting for In, they're waiting for this Zhihao coming at the back. It's going to be Guan. You suffered a lot, but with this Outie just trying to push back Zhihao, but Zhihao with the immunity that he had, he can easily just daft him around.
Yeah, but he can't even do anything at this point. Zhihao is so tanky. He's level 13. He's about a level ahead of 90. And that's a problem at this point. They are so far behind. And I'm not just talking about the EXP. The gold is about 2,000. Doesn't seem like the biggest. But look at the results. They can't fight against Zhihao.
I mean, like, definitely the goal difference is not that significant, but the thing is that the layers that they put, how they're gonna use all their skills, right, in a quite, how am I gonna put this, like, in a decent way. You need to make sure that every skills would be put in a proper way and accurately, precisely landing on the target that you want.
Yes, and that's going to be a difficult choice, right? Because right now, KSG is playing a tag team role. Okay, LFF, you're going to go in the front, you're going to take the skill hits from first person, second person from VP. Once you're done tag out, okay, next one, Zhihao comes in, tanks more damage. By the time the fight actually starts, KSG still has everything and you have nothing left to play with.
And it's going to be even more important when we're mentioning about this 10 minutes mark. The dragon right now is over there and VP is trying to contest with KSG. 4 versus 4. Some testing, wandering around, and it's going to be KSG landing their first end, getting in, it's going to be double knock up, it's going to be Silence who suffered being put into silence on the side of VP, but you, with Aoyin, got a double kill and just fly back. It's going to be Guan Yu getting in, take 2 people, get control, but the burst out damage isn't that enough for them to take the kill down.
They can't do anything at this point. KSG are just slightly ahead, but this slight difference is making life so hard to deal with. VP, we talked about Tigo being put under pressure. He can't play the game. And KSG, after this Shadow Tyrant take, they will be fully in control of the gorge.
It's all about the rhythm, about how you're gonna do your team fight, right? You can't just put all your money in one shot, one kick. You need to make sure that you save enough. It's all about the coordination with your teammates, right? You need to communicate when you're doing so.
Yeah, this was a nice attempt from Tigo, but his positioning just a little bit too close. They had the counter prepared with the Zhang Fei Unbridled Outburst, but when Yu is pushing you around, and he was also providing vision onto 90 for the team, KSG knew exactly what to do and what options to explore. And you know what? For all the help that he gave the team, he was rewarded with a couple of kills. Beautiful work.
He's pretty much playing as an assassin, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, the Riverside is going to be 4 members both got controlled. It's going to be crucial crowd control, and they're just diving in. Dashing is going to be only Jumpy surviving, but will he make it? KSG members still on their way, going also being taken extremely low by Silence on the top. So it's going to be a 0-3 trade.
Yeah, we talked about 120 seconds, and some people find that to be a very short time. And it truly is, because at this point, KSG is at the first potential win of this game. Now he's going to try his best to buy some time, but Clue, he doesn't have his ultimate. He can't do anything here.
And no one can actually clear the waves on the top. So game 1 again goes over to KSG.
Showing you what it's like to play with fast and knowing how far you can push your advantage. Beautiful work from the side of Quattro Gaming.
And especially you mentioned about the aggression that KSG has. This is a team typically trying to play in an aggressive way. They also do the same thing back in KPL. So definitely this time they are showing that if you want to play aggressively, if you're looking for the head-to-head team fight, how we're gonna do. It's like kind of like a textbook play.
That's so beautiful, right? Because then we can start analyzing that KSG has always been known as a team that they like to fight. They're very aggressive. It has been always part of their DNA. And right now, they just showed us exactly how it is like done right now.
Yeah. So this is how they did in game one. I feel like they're not in a rush. You can see the composure there, right? And also, once they just prioritize this Aoi and Show at a side lane, you just want to play it safe.
I just love the way that Kuaishou Gaming has shown us in this game, because if you take a look at the way they play this game, they show you the different formats you can use it, right? Skills don't necessarily mean you have to finish the team fight. It can be used as a deterrence just to push your opponents away, because this game is a game of territory. You need to get the turrets, you need to get the crystal. So why do we need to fight? We just need to push you back.
Exactly, and I mean, like, they are doing great in the laning, and also do you remember that one? Like, they take the tier 1 tower so easily after they got one kill, around maybe like 6 or 7 minutes, I guess.
Right at the bottom there.
It's just that, right? It's just like the little cues. There's just like one little piece in the whole dominoes that falls apart, and then everything else just crushes following.
It's beautiful because it's kind of like making bakery happen, right? With the cherry on the top. Yes, you get that first kill onto Jiabao. After that, immediately you make the immediate rotation down. You have your farm lane with you, and you push them all the way, get the T1, and suddenly the map gets so much darker. And the team fight participation on the side of Virtus Pro, almost everyone was 100%. They were not allowed to farm. They had to find a way to get back in the game, but it just caused them more misery.
And that's the team fight we are just talking about, right? After this, KSG got a really nice kill upon Jiabao and just take that tier 1 tower down. And it's about a backslash on the top side of the map. They even trying to make the tower dive available, but Jiabao just escaped away.
Yeah, and at that point, it's a very curious thing, because Jiabao actually had the level lead against Jihao, but this is what it means to play in a team, right? The rest of KSG, look at the follow-up, opening up, making sure that the important members who are able to deal the damage have the space to do so. Meanwhile, the tanks are soaking all the different options of skills available from the side of VP. Once you run out of options, run out of gas, you can't run. It's all for KSG's taking here.
And I mean, like, the last team fight, Liu Long used his skill 3, dash in, got 3 members, got control. I feel like, even though it's kind of new hero to him, but the potential and also the effort that he had allowing him already use Warrior as one of his signature heroes.
It doesn't feel like it is new to him, right?
Yeah.
Like the way that he's playing is just showing like he's been playing this hero already for a very long time. Right now, it is KSG a 1-0 advantage on top of Virtus Pro. Let's go to a break and we come back with the decider.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler Wine, you're done.
Welcome back. KSG right now 1-0 advantage on top of Virtus Pro. The players are back on stage. They're ready for the game number 2. Kin, Can Virtus Pro really take one game from KSG and force this to a third game?
I think there is a potential. Like you said before, there is never a 0% chance of winning, not winning, right? So in this case, I'm just curious, do they want to give it a try of what RNTX did against Kuaishou?
Oh.
They didn't have the best result, but they did a level 1 invade in the Crimson camp, right? I feel like VP can pull that off because, I mean, Jihao is a very strong jungler, but let's give Jiabao a little bit of confidence. Maybe give that try.
Oh, come on, like Jiabao has seen the top level of competition, right? Like he's been around for a long, long time, right, Nora?
Yeah. I mean, he's very experienced, but I think he started his journey maybe 1 year ago, and he improved a lot. Especially, he also got a penta that we mentioned right in the previous game. But the thing that worried me a little bit more is that it's okay if you want to play it head-to-head against a KPL team. You try to be more aggressive in the early game. The thing is that if you commit one mistake, the earlier, the quicker that you might collapse. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, to me.
My feeling is that they're in the upper bracket, right? So they can try things. It's not like you're going to lose and then you're going to head home. Clearly, we would all love to just make it directly into the playoffs. But if you can't, well, why not? Just give it a try. You still have one more life.
I fully agree.
If you want to do so, then it's gonna be a pay pick, I guess, right? You mentioned about early invasions, and
Why
definitely
not?
gonna be a pay.
If it's not banned, of course. I mean, so far, what we've seen is all the different teams, they know about the potential of an early game skirmish, early game invasion. Pei is definitely one of those heroes that we're considering, and they have definitely banned that out. And I think KSG is paying a lot of respects to Jiabao as well. They've taken out the Jing previous game. I believe in this second game, where it's series point, they will do it again.
Well, if Jin is not available and Pei, I don't know if they want to ban away it or not, then only little hero allowing him to do so, early invasion in this patch. So what if they just trying to gain that Haya in the mid or Mai in the mid and try to gain some priority in the mid lane?
I think that's a good idea. Haya definitely is one of the heroes that every team will prio, right? Because Haya's wave play is so fast. At the same time, I'm wondering if they will actually entertain the thought of a utility role. So instead of big tanks, let's go for the Diadeas. Let's go for the okay, maybe not that Yaria, but Dolia, right? Dolia Yangjin combination, stuff like that. But that is one thing that's up for discussion right off the bat. Lorion as well as the Ogren are going to be taken out from the side of KSG.
And also the idea you just mentioned, right? So KSG on the blue side, they took away this Ogren. That is a really interesting pick. I feel like maybe they're looking for some slowborn tank or Zhang Fei in that way, or they just took this play.
Okay, the Pei is going to be the prio pick here. KSG. Did Virtus Pro make a mistake by not banning the Pei? I mean, you're giving it to Jihao, and Jihao is a guy with a lot of accolades, so this is going to be scary. Now, why is Ogren banned? Because one of the weaknesses of a Pei pick is if he can't out-damage you, have too much health and sustain, Pei loses his value over time. So you want to have him shining within the first 6-7 minutes, even towards the mid-game, and hopefully end the game by that. That's the picture-perfect scenario of picking a Pei.
And as an answer to the power pike that KSG has in the early game is gonna be Jing with Lapu Lapu with Mai. That is so powerful.
Okay, they're pulling out all the stops here. These are the signature picks, at least number one for our jungler on the side of Virtus Pro Jiabao. And then we also have Hailang coming in with his signature Mai. These performances from the professional leagues up into international stages, they have been verified. They are proof. So, but is it strong enough to go up against KSG?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm looking for a lot of skirmishes in the early game, and also maybe a level 1 invasion on the side of VP. Who knows? But the only thing that I can assure you guys is that they will definitely play in a more proactive way.
I mean, there's so many things that could go either way, right? Right off the bat, Liu Lang on the Xiao Xiao. Much better wave clear than the Mai. But in the early parts of the game, Mai is like a fighting machine. She can help you fight in the skirmishes, right? So I want to see what kind of decision. Does KSG agree to VP's invitation where they say, look, I want to invade level 1 probably. Do you want to allow me the buff, or are we going to fight over it, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be hard to do so. Especially if they just trying to take another Byron on the top, because Byron is still available for both teams, which is really I mean, like OP hero, I guess, in this patch. So as VP is on the red side, if KSG didn't just ban away this Byron, they might just go for that Byron pick.
Yeah, I think Byron fits in both of these compositions here, right? On the side of KSG, you already have one tank you can't not pay attention to, which is the Zhang Fei. And with the Byron adding on, there's going to be two big targets you need to take care of, and probably get past the wall of these two members before you even can access the backline of Yu, or maybe even try to get Liu Lang and Jihao. But on the other side, you have a Lapu Lapu whose passive already gives you extra magical and physical defense. So Byron definitely makes a lot of sense here. T-Gold, this is his specialty. When he was playing in the professional league, I don't think he has shown the best quality yet with his early. I want to see if he can make it work here.
I mean, best confidence, that's what you need, right?
Yeah.
Best confidence for this fresh pentakill Jin for Jiabao and Mai for Hailong, and also Ali that you mentioned for T-Gold. So they are seeking for like self-performance in this game too.
Yes, and you know what? I'm super curious. We consider a Davara here for Silent.
Zavara is possible, I guess, because they might trying to highlight their laning phase, or maybe like a safe Byron pick. I mean, both are available. It just depends on them.
It does happen. So the Byron will go into the hands of KSG. Now, this is a very meaty lineup. And also, pretty good early game as well. The Xiao Xiao, the Pei, as well as the Consort Yu. Consort Yu is one of those farm laners where if you go up against her, it's not going to be very fun. When she uses her second skill, she has physical immunity, and that's a lot of time bot and a lot of free damage she can get onto you.
And Juicy, here is a small tactic that KSG is doing right now, because not either this Aoyin pick or this Consort Yu pick just allowing you to farm peacefully by himself at the bottom, right? So you can see a lot of members can just concentrating, building up those winning links on the top, and just let you to play defensively. He can take care of himself with this second ability that you just mentioned, and also a nice counter attack with this early. So I would say if they're looking for some skirmishes, it's gonna be the top lane.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, right? If the farm lane is going to be such a difficult lane to gank, or you're going to have to use so many resources to potentially get the life of you, save yourself the trouble. Let's go contest the Clash lane instead. And Silence, you need to shut him down because he has been performing well all day. I don't think that's going to stop in this game.
Exactly, and I still remember his performance back in KPL with this Byron, especially this hero with Pure Sky, and also upgrade to level 12. It's kind of like a mid hero, but also doing well during the laning.
And right off the bat, TSG, game number 1, they wanted to take it nice and slow, stable gameplay. This time, they want to rush the timer a little bit, right? So straight off the bat, Jihao is already in his own jungle, clearing off his camp, and the pressure is still in the farm lane for the moment. But once we get to the Clash lane, I'm curious how this will play out.
And just check the HP bar on the Clash lane, right? Before it was like a 1-1 HP trade, and Silence already won the upper hand. 90 being extremely low, and with the help of Highlander trying to guard more monsters on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and still, it's not looking too good for the side of Virtus Pro. They do get that mid lane wave in priority for Jiabao. Make sure that he gets a little bit of an EXP boost. But T-Gold against Yu, this matchup, nice sidestep. If he is able to win that 1v1 skill matchup, this is not going to look good for T-Gold.
Especially you mentioned about the power pack, about this early pick, right? You need to unleash the potential of early, but how are you gonna do that if you're just being restricted at the bottom?
Yeah, so many skills to be able to stop her or give you an advantage. They will try.
It's gonna be a skirmishes happening right now, right here in the mid lane. It's gonna be Jiabao taking the first hand and taking the first blood.
Exactly what you want to see. So they get that first blood from Liu Lang. This goes in the hands of Jiabao as well. So a decent start for the side of VP. Now, can they find more?
It's gonna be a flash, try to avoid seeing the second ability, but Blue coming in again. Yu just helping himself get away from it. But you see, this game, this is the first blood that we've seen a non-KPL team play so far in KW2, right?
Okay, so are we gonna give them the 10K now or no?
Not yet. I mean, but a good start for VP. I mean, right? Especially like the kill is given over to Jiabao.
Yeah. Okay. I mean that's a good start to the game, right? The knock-up as well. You can start to see why numbers advantage matters, and when the skills have been used already,
this is where is the perfect time, right? There was no more knockout from Liu Lang. There was no flash available for Liu Lang as well. This is why you want to burn these common spells. This is why you want to let them use their skills first before you start a fight.
That's true. And as for KSG, things will get better after Zhang Fei just upgrade to level 4 because it allowing them to push back with the ulti that Zhang Fei has. So definitely they will be more, I would say, alarmed when they are playing against Dabo's team.
Yeah, I think at this point, it really comes down to the synergy of the team, right? Can you follow up the stun so that the potential of escape is gone? Right now, it's going to be a 2v1 on the side of Silence, but he's fine. It's a Byron. And this is just a distraction play so that he gets to stay in lane so that VP can rotate first.
And since they're rotating to the red buff side, they're trying to bait out Zhang Fei's ulti, but still holding it. Because we are reaching to the 4 minutes mark, they're looking for this console Yu without any flash, but Yu with his positioning, he just dodged that first hand, so it's gonna be a very decent movement.
The timing as well, right? Making sure that he uses ultimate to perfect
It's
stance.
right, it's gonna be flash, it's gonna be Byron, it's gonna be Silence. Again, winning him the upper hand on the top.
Yep, and you were talking about this. Yu is holding himself very well. 1v3.
Very well,
He
actually.
doesn't care.
I mean, like 3 versus 1, still a flash, decent movement, just dodge the flash in, played by this Hylon, and with the help with Xiao Chao just getting in, get a nice kill upon this Hylon, it's gonna be a 1-1 trade, even though that you just fell off, but still, like KSG just holding it.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter to them, right? They've gotten a trade, a T1 at the top for free in exchange. Okay, not really free. They had to get their life of you as well.
Yes, here comes Pei again. It's gonna be a 2-1 again, same place, same spot, and it's gonna be just dashing in and claim him a really clean kill.
Yeah, Jabo is gonna try on Silence. Let's get that.
It's gonna be the skill 2, but Hylon so confident about his skill 1.
Okay, there is some fight back from the side of VP at this point, and they're keeping the gold differential close. This movement here, Hailang felt confident to be able to take the 1v1, but the help came in just on time. Liu Lang, together with his roam as well, LFF, manages to save some time and protect the T1. So that was great. Now T-Gold, he sees an opportunity, gets that T1 at the top as well for free. TP from Hailang coming down. They need to trade this T1 at the bottom.
I feel like countless skirmishes are actually happening right now in the battlefield. Everyone is looking for initiative, but just check the goal difference. It's actually quite even for this time. And even a equalized kills. 3 versus 3.
Yep, here we go.
Dash, let's try. 2 people got control, but it's gonna be pushed back. Ulti from Zhang Fei, letting them to take that early down.
Very overzealous effort on the side of Tigo. He was hoping that the ultimate from Clue on the Lapu Lapu was able to stop the rest of the support from KSG. Unfortunately, due to the first skill push from LFF, it went completely out of line. And this is where KSG got the punish on the Tigo.
And also with the ulti, if the ulti of Zhang Fei is available, it just opened a wide, open a door for them to push back.
Yep, and this is where the return is going to be big. They won't be looking for any kills at this point. They wanted to push them back, get the T1 in the mid. Because right now, it is going to be another fight.
It's gonna be some trade. They're trying to get their hands on the Zhang Fei without any ulti. It's gonna be a nice try, but it's gonna be Jabo just getting in, get more kills. It's gonna be a 2-3 trade, and she's still going out, taking that pay down. You just trying to make some consolation after it happened, but Silence with this double kill helped them to buy more time. Instead, with VP, everything just went so chaotic, and we haven't even reaching the 7 minutes.
Yeah, it is so difficult. They now have a slight advantage. It's so hard to play this game. T-Gold has fallen the once in this game. Yu as well, but Yu has 2 kills to make up for that slight misplay at the start of the game. This was a nice attempt here. Understanding that LFF does not have the Unbridled Outburst. This is a perfect time to go in. But here's one mistake they made. They did not know that Yu was on the sidelines waiting with the ult bolts, with the falling shots as well, and the physical immunity with the right the protecting wins. Everything was still available for KSG to turn that fight around.
And because of their attempt to take that Zhang Fei down, which led them to be in quite a narrow spot, that is not in favor of them if they're trying to do the team fight.
Well, I think they were trying to play the numbers advantage, right? We have the numbers advantage. Maybe we can get them to use skills miss and be in a bad position. But at that point, the
Very close Such a
2K goal lead against Jihao, and this is so impressive, right? Even though the goal speaks as a KSG advantage, they're still holding their own with the goal deficit from Jiabao in the jungle department.
I mean, they're doing things simultaneously on the side of VP, pushing the lane at the bottom, and some ambush can be seen from high launch. You can see like VP, they're playing really proactive.
I like this gameplay, right? Right now it's about how. Oh, hang on.
It's gonna be Jing dashing in, but the tier 1 tower is still holding that, so it's not gonna be a big deal for KFG to hold him back.
How do they do this? Did you see the knockout from Liu Lang? In the middle of Jiabao's dash in the mirror domain, he actually caught the Jing and knocked him up. This makes life so difficult. By right, if we're just talking about numbers, Jiabao is 4-1 and 2. He should be dominating in this point. But KFG are holding him at bay.
Yeah, they're trying to bait out Jing's ulti, and as you can see, Jiabao is playing really aggressively, so once he saw any opponents which he encountered, he just instantly break out his ulti.
I feel like that could be something that will punish Virtus Pro though. If he goes a little too aggressive and the team is not there to back him up, they might find themselves in a 4v5 situation. And with 60 seconds left on the clock before the Shadow variance, I don't think this is the kind of mistake you want to make if you're on VP.
I totally agree with you, especially all goal difference right now is putting on Jiabao's team. Okay, just being caught by 2 people, but his backup is out there. But Lopez out has been wasted. It's gonna be Florentino a little bit lost, and you just got a nice play to be fired, flashed in, and knock up 2 people, and everything just went suddenly in favor of KSG.
This is so impressive because KSG actually kept their composure. I would have freaked out when I saw the split push coming from Tigo at the top side, the clash lane. Instead, KSG kept their composure, waited for the perfect moment, got rid of 90, got a nice knockup from the side of Silence as well with the flash, and suddenly the map is in favor of KSG again.
Oh, it's gonna be Xiao Chao's skill too. Knock out 2 people, it's gonna be Changfei coming up against him. But VP take 1 step back. It's gonna be 10 minutes mark. Changfei without his ulti. Is it going to be a choice for VP? Try to contest this legit, but he was guarded by the Silence. Knock up, nice one. It's gonna be good, got in, but it just instantly killed by KSG.
Yep, they forgot. Yes, Jiabao has the advantage, but it's just you, Jiabao, not the rest of the team.
Ambush. It's gonna be 1-1 solo, but with the Splendid and also the flash, Lola just escaped from that scary ambush.
What a play. I mean, take a look at this. How many calculations are KSG players making at the same time? They seem to have an answer for everything.
I mean, like, they're ready for every possibility that they might encounter in the mid-game, but here comes Jiabao. It's kind of like a surprise, but keeping the composure, KSG is not in panic. Just play around with the Yu. He's already got a killing spree.
So many lessons in this one. Normally, when that happens, when the Jing comes in, okay, let's talk about this moment first. Silence, very well done. All he did was buy time for the team. They got Clue. Clue was a perk, right, at this point. But T-Gold, he was so confident they had an opening that he jumped in. And it's bait by Liu Lang. Splendor at the last sliver of life. You know they will try to go for the kill there.
And I mean, speak of last-ditch effort, I feel like KSG is trying to close out the game. They're pushing very, very hard. They're pressuring on the top side of the map. VP facing a great danger on the side of KSG.
If they take a fight within the next 20 to 30 seconds, VP will lose every single one. Clue does not have a flash for another 15 seconds. Hailang does not have a flash for 20 seconds. They can't aggress, they can't defend properly. This is scary for Virtus Pro.
And I mean, like, Byron with the flash getting in just got a really nice kill upon this